Clerk, do we have any additions to the agenda?
No, Mr. Chairman, we don't have any additions to the agenda.
County Council, will you read items into the record for closed session?
Sure, Chairman. There are a lot of items for a closed session. And, Chairman, before I read those items into the record, I wanted to announce that Deputy CAO Adrian Caleb of Human Resources and Operations will be sitting in for Eric Fleming, the County Administrative Officer, at today's meeting. One of the first items is conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. The county negotiators are Adrian Caleb and Ken Caves. The employee organization is all unit. There's one public employee employment pursuant to Government Code Section 54957. The title of the position is Public Health Director. There's an existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9, subsection D1. It's American Civil Liberties Union of Northern California versus the County of Madera Board of Supervisors. There are 5 real property negotiations pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8. The agency negotiator is Maria Miranda, General Services Manager. The negotiating party is Ignacio Magos. Under negotiation is price, terms, and conditions of the lease of property. Assessor's parcel number 027192025. The second real property negotiation item, the agency negotiator is Maria Miranda, General Services Manager. The negotiating party is City of Chowchilla, and under negotiation is the price, terms, and conditions of sale or exchange of property, APN number 002053013. The next real property negotiation is subject to the same Government Code section, same agency negotiator. The negotiating party is Donna D. and Arthur F. Ross. Under negotiation is the price, terms, and conditions of sale or exchange of property, APN number 026271032. The fourth real property negotiating item is the same Government Code section, same agency negotiator. The negotiating party is Madera Valley Water Company. Under negotiation is the price, terms, and conditions of lease of property, APN number 032020003. And the last item is the final real property negotiation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8. Agency negotiators Maria Miranda, General Services Manager. The negotiating party is Joan Riley. Under negotiation is the price, terms, and conditions of sale or exchange of property, APN number 047101003.
Got it. Is there any public comment on closed session items at this time?
Mr. Chairman, I just like to mention that I'm going to conflict out of item 2G due to a customer relationship.
Okay.
2G, that'd be Madera Valley Water.
Okay. Oh, right here.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else? If not, we'll just go into closed session. Okay.
There are no reportable actions from closed session, Chairman.
Item 3, we have invocation by David Duggery, Harvest Community Church, and salute to the flag by Robert Fortress.
Good morning, Board. It's good to be here this morning. Let's all bow our heads for a word of prayer. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Lord Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy upon us sinners. Lord, I lift up the Board to you, and I pray for wisdom and unity, leadership. Pray for this beautiful county, Lord, that you would bless it. A lot of issues, Lord God, that you would bring your love and compassion. We are grateful that we live here. We are blessed to be in this country and this county. So give them wisdom, and we ask these things in Jesus' name, amen.
Everybody join in the flag salute. Ready, salute.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We'll open and close in memory of.
Yes, we had a member of our community, a longtime member who was involved in various service organizations, Norman Coor, and I've known Norman for probably 40-plus years. So he will be missed, and our condolences and our sympathies to his family and the community for our loss. And we certainly appreciate all that he did in his life. He will be remembered. Thank you.
Supervisor Wheeler.
Thank you. Boy, it's been a crazy year, actually, the whole year, but we had 4 very important people this last couple of weeks. That one of them was Sarah Murphy. Her husband just died less than 6 months ago. They started the theater in Oakhurst years ago, and they have done so much other than that for our community up there. It's just been unbelievable. And then Laura Morgan, long-time member of North Fork. Her husband Tanny drove a log truck forever. They were actually, when I moved there in '59, they lived there. So, and Gil Geisnick, who owns the Best Western Hotel in Oakhurst, has done tremendous stuff for the town of Oakhurst, and probably one of the most successful hotels up there. And he passed away just a week and a half ago. And the guy that I grew up with, Greg Barnett, his mom owned the Village right there in the corner of 426 and 41. Had all kinds of little shops there when we were kids. And he just passed away last week. So that's some great people that's done a lot to the people in the mountains east of Madera County, and the whole county for that matter too. So just like to open and close in their name. So thank you, Max.
Thank you. We hereby announce that we will be moving items 7A through 7C to follow the consent calendar to accommodate the recipients of a proclamation and to respect Supervisor Williams' schedule for the RCRC presentation.
Public comment. The first 15 minutes of each regular session is set aside for members of the public to comment on any item within the jurisdiction of the board but not appearing on the agenda. Items presented under public comment may not be discussed or acted upon by the board at this time. For items appearing on the agenda, the public is invited to comment at the time the item is called for consideration by the board. Any person addressing the board under public comment will be limited to a 3-minute presentation to ensure that all interested parties have an opportunity to speak. Any handouts to the board must be submitted to the chief clerk of the board for distribution to the supervisors. Anyone addressing the board is asked to print their name clearly on the speaker sheet at the podium. Also, all persons addressing the board may state their name and county residence for the record.
Chairman?
We have none. Oh, go ahead.
Hi, Chairman. I'd like to announce that in the absence of County Administrative Officer Eric Fleming, Adrian Caleb, Deputy County Administrative Officer of Human Resources Operations, will be sitting with us at today's meeting.
Very good. Name and address, please.
Good morning.
Oh, my address? Okay. Joetta Fleek, Madera County. I live by the high school. Okay. Manahu, good morning. I'm sorry I'm giving this thank you so late, but I had jury duty and other commitments that took just way too long. I'd like to thank Supervisor Poitras, Supervisor Rodriguez, and Supervisor Frazier for voting to stop the off-highway vehicle project on Black Hawk Mountain. The earth is like us. It's living. We are responsible for the earth, and the earth is responsible for us. It is not just that the land is sacred. It is that the land provides, protects, and nurtures us. so it is imperative that we do the same. A special thanks to Bart Topping from the Choctaw Tribe and Robert Pinnell from Table Mountain for working tirelessly on this. We could not have done this without the help of other Indian tribes, especially the Yokutch Nagpra Coalition, composed of the Tachi, Tule, Table Mountain, Chukchansi, and Dahan tribes. Several other tribes also supported the cause. A number of Indian organizations contributed information and backing, like the Native American Heritage Commission. Thanks to the neighbors of Black Hawk Mountain and many other people that helped to protect Black Hawk, and thanks to others that I have forgotten to mention. Good has come from this experience. The Native people have banded together and are working to protect cultural resources and the land. This is very important to all living things' survival. There's hope that in the future, the Madera County Board of Supervisors will work together to do what is best for Madera County, which includes the land, the people, and all living things. We want the Board of Supervisors to work with an open mind and understanding when it comes to the Native people of California. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, supervisors and others. I'm Linda Brzee from the Madera Ranchos. First thing I'd like to do is thank the Board of Supervisors for approving my commission for the first 5 for the Madera Ranchos. I haven't been to a board meeting since to thank you for approving my position. I get to see Max all the time, so I thank Max. But that's one thing. The other thing I want to talk about is I have called the county on several occasions regarding the overgrowth that are blocking the street signs in the ranchos. And I called the road department. And I don't want to sound like a crybaby bringing it to the Board of Supervisors because the actual road department should be clearing the branches from the street signs. It has become a health and safety issue. And the reason I say health and not just safety is because if someone gets injured out there, it becomes a health and safety issue. So I don't know what to do besides call. I've called several occasions asking them to please clear the branches from the street signs. You can't see the signs. You can't see the stop signs in some of the areas because of overgrowth of tree branches. So I don't know if that's an issue you guys would like to take up or whatever else, but can you please do that for our Ranchos community so that a child doesn't get injured out there or we don't have bad accidents? I'm surprised that something hasn't happened already really major because there's so many signs that have the overgrowth there. So if you guys could maybe kick a little somebody in the bottom over there at your road department and ask them to get out there and get those signs cleared off, get those tree branches from the stop signs and at the corners there for us. I'd really appreciate that.
Yeah, when I first moved out there, before I knew where every stop sign was, there was times where you could easily blow right past one. So we'll work on that.
Thank you so much.
Dale Drozen, Fresno County. Not open meetings. There are things that the Brown Act will permit you to do in closed session that actually don't need to be in closed session. If there's a topic that's coming up that you know is going to be controversial, you need to bite the bullet and have it out front where people can be involved in the discussion. Thank you.
Consent calendar?
Supervisor?
Yes, I got a couple. One on AE and AF. I just wanted to compliment and thank the Workforce Development Board for everything that you're doing over there. It is amazing what you've done in such a short. I call it a short amount of time because in the public world. That was like moving a mountain, and you're just doing a great job over there, and the members of our community are really reaping the rewards from that, and so congratulations. Just wanted to call you out publicly since you're here. And then on AI, for MD10A. I just want to reiterate, this is the same one that we had talked about before, to do this feasibility study, and just explain why it's on here again.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Board, Ahmad Al-Qiyad, Public Works. Yes, it is. This is what the people of this community wanted, and this is how we are proceeding. Feasibility study for the pipe replacements and meter replacements.
And we'd already brought it before on
Correct.
an agenda. Why is it here again? This isn't another, we're not encumbering another $500,000 on top of the other $500,000 that we talked about, the same issue, right?
No, it is the same. It's a change in scope of the same application. Now we will study the possibility of leaving, if there's water, if the pipes are okay within the easements in their backyards, that we can install a meter, we will leave it and put it there instead of removing everything to the front. So it's the same project.
And before it wasn't there, but now we're going down the path whereby if there's a better idea or a less expensive way to do the project, we can do that?
Correct. This will show us what is the best, if there's a preferable way to save money, yes.
So that's why it's back on here, not
Absolutely.
an additional $500,000.
That's correct.
It's just making it so that we can do it better if that is feasible.
That's correct, and it's not an additional $500,000 or $500,000. It's up to $500,000. Yes, sir. So we have that number to work from.
Okay. Thank you.
Wait, before you do the public, I'm not done.
Yeah.
Don't let the public hear.
Supervisor Wheeler?
Yeah, thank you. Item J, Maria.
Yes, it will be after.
That's getting out those, the court buildings over at our other part here. Why don't we start charging rent now when they want this extension, or was it in, I tried to find it in the language whether we could or not. The state's got more money than we do, and they drug their feet, not us.
Correct. Good morning, Maria Miranda, General Services. Since they own the trailers and it would just be a land lease, it would be pretty nominal for a few months just to extend to October. If there's any additional extension, our recommendation would be to, at that point, consider a lease rate because they'll probably ask for a longer duration. They're very close to being done with their project in Inyo and are ready to move. So we're just facilitating that for them, knowing that the rent we would get in the next 3 months would be pretty nominal, so it would just be for the land itself since they actually own the structures.
Well, setting any trailer house on any of these parks up there now, they get $400 to $800 a month now, so it could help a little bit. And they've been there way over a year now, so. But anyway, so next time we will do it, right?
Correct.
Okay. Well, I can say state's got a little more money than I do. On item K, I want to thank Gary Savanda and Carolyn from Coda & Co. That lawsuit's been in place for over almost 20 years, and we got it settled, and I want to give special thanks. I don't even know if Gary's in here or not, but
He's right there.
Oh, yeah, he's hiding. Thank you, buddy. Thank you, Gary, very much for that. It was, and Rob and I went up in the negotiations, and thank Rob for doing that too. We got it done, and it's one of those deals that's cost us a lot of money over the years that now we can move forward. And item O, that School of Public Health, the George Washington University, Dennis, they got a campus around here or something we're going to do those interns with, or how does that work? I tried to find that in the backup, and I couldn't really figure it out.
Dennis Cook, Public Health Department. Item O, so I wondered the same thing, why are we getting students all the way from George Washington? It's online, internet. Okay. Yeah, and in fact, we have a number of contracts with different universities and that are quite a distance from here. And what it is the people live here in Madera, but they're doing online courses through the universities.
Well, I think it's a great deal.
Oh,
for our internships and stuff to get that education, and and they're still here, so that's good. So I didn't understand. See, I'm not into that stuff too much.
I'm right with you on that one.
So great, thank you. Thanks for doing that. I think that's a great idea. And then Y, I just wanted to thank staff. It's taken us a long time to get that a company that would have a forester that could go out and mark all the dead trees up on our roads up there that have to be marked by a forester. And Dave Lynn could retire as a DA and be our forester again because he has that degree too. So you can start doing that instead of being DA. But we got somebody now, so you can keep being a DA. But we finally got somebody to do it, and so that's really important to get all those. We got some really bad trees up there that have to come down. And they have to be marked and done by a forester. It can't be done by Tom Wheeler or somebody. So thank you for all the staff that's worked on that. So that's all I have on the consent calendar right now. Thank you.
Anybody else? If not, we'll go to public comment. Dale Drozen, Fresno County. First, I'd like to comment on something Mr. Wheeler, Supervisor Wheeler said about the rent on that small parcel of land, and then the response was that it would be very nominal, wouldn't be worth the effort. I think we've been paying over $1,000 a month on that little postage stamp piece of land that Station 3 is sitting on. So bare land isn't all that nominal in the rent anymore. I'd like to, on you, the dial-a-ride, I was wondering if that isn't starting to get into direct competition with Uber and some of the companies that are coming up that are providing those services. Might be something you want to look at in the future as to whether that's getting into competing with the private sector. And on lost it, AH and AI. I'm wondering why AH for Sumner Hill, probably the most affluent piece of property in Madera County, is getting a grant from the Department of Water Resources, while AH, the ranchos, and the things that have come up with Rolling Hills are all loans. Does anybody know why that is? Why that's a grant? Behind me.
Thank you, Dale. Ahmad Al-Kayati again, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Supervisor. That is not accurate, Dale. It's a funding agreement, so it's probably going to be a loan.
Okay. Well, I believe it said grant. Is that a loan?
No, it's a funding agreement. Okay. So it could be a loan, could be a grant, could be not approved.
Yeah,
but it's most probably a loan. Yeah. Sure.
Linda Brise again. Okay, on this AI, that's AI, right?
AI.
Okay.
Artificial intelligence.
That are AI. Okay, here's a copy of the feasibility report done in September 2009 for Madera Ranchos for MD10A.
Mm-hmm.
I went through this whole thing, believe it or not.
I believe it.
So this is the actual copy of the feasibility study. I'm trying to figure out, like you said, what is that doing back on the agenda again? And what is this going to cost MD10A? And I'm reading information. I read the resolution that was from the agenda today, and I'm totally confused. This is totally confounded. This is the County Maintenance District number 10A, Madera Ranchos, does hereby dedicate and pledge its net water revenues and its water enterprise fund to payment of a DWSRF financing for this project. Now, are they referring to another feasibility study?
No, what that, and correct me if I'm wrong, Amanda, what that's saying is if the DWSRF does a loan to to MD10A, that MD10A would be saying that it would use their water fees to pay back that loan. Is that correct?
What is the loan for?
So the loan would be for once the feasibility study is implemented to do the projects, we would get the loan from DWSRF, and then the district would pay it back, but all that.
Yes, Supervisor. Linda, originally we were going to replace the majority of your pipes and install the meters on the county right away in the front, right? Mm-hmm. And then your community came, we met with them, and after, many outreaches, you've been in some of them, but lately the direction was let's just do what the city of Fresno did or what we are trying to do for Rolling Hills, is to go ahead and what if we leave the pipes in the backyard and we'll just have a, remote access meters, which would save the constituents money. So we shifted from design and construction for about $15.5 estimate million to just let's do the feasibility study and see how much out of that we can save the people. Now, the pledge of revenue, that's how we do with every funding agreement with the state. We pay for it, and then the state reimburses the district. So this is just, we have to pledge that, yes, we will use our funds so they can. It's a precondition of a funding agreement.
Okay, but that didn't clarify.
The state just wants to make sure that the district would pay back the loan as part of the funding agreement.
But if this is in conjunction with that, isn't this saying that MD10A is going to pay that?
Pay which?
Pay for the feasibility
Yeah,
study.
the MD10A would pay for the feasibility
Brett,
study.
what's wrong with this one?
This one doesn't have, this one supposes, it says that.
Completely different.
Yeah, it's only going to replace the leaky pipes, put them into the right-of-way. This is the one that would be $15.5 million during the estimates at that time. So that feasibility study is, after public input, we don't have, and through that feasibility study, we don't have the ability to put the pipes in the backyard or keep the pipes in the backyard, put the meters in the backyard. That would be putting them into the front, having people have to repipe their houses, take it from the right-of-way to their home. This was the one that everybody was upset with because it was going to cost so much. So this feasibility study is coming out of us listening to the ranchers and saying there's a better way to do it. This feasibility study didn't suppose that way to do it.
Well, right now we don't know where most of the pipes are that are in the Rancho's residence. Okay.
That's part of it.
Right. I'm just saying that I don't want. We already had a $750,000 loan placed on us that took away our ACO funding that we have to pay back. And I just don't see the monies. MD10A does not have the monies to continue. And I just wanted to clarify what was wrong with this study, because I read a lot of this, and there's a lot of things that are covered in this
study.
There's
a lot of stuff that's good, and so it's outdated to an extent, but as far as
well, can't we just fix the things that maybe we need to fix?
That's what we're trying to do with this feasibility study, is just fixing the things that we need to fix, just tightening it down. It's like you said, it's up to $500,000. Now that always scares me,
yes,
because anytime you give somebody something to get up to,
it generally can get up to that.
Generally can get up to it through
yes,
different means. Our public works director knows that I'm eagle-eyeing this one. He's eagle-eyeing it so that it doesn't get up to $500,000, and then we're back saying, well, we also need another $50,000 or whatever.
Okay, because the verbiage here says any means necessary by raising taxes, whatever else, any means necessary for us to pay this back. Well, that scares me to see it says any means necessary.
It still has to go through a 218.
Well, I know it would have to go through a 218 if you raise the tax.
Election.
But I didn't like that any means necessary.
Yeah.
That's what it says, any means necessary, including a Prop 218.
And I believe that's language that is required by the state, that is in there. That's boilerplate language that they require on any funding agreement that we have with the state.
Brett, I love you guys, but you guys really are going to piss me off, because I'm just letting you know that we've just had so many things that are going on in the ranchos, so much, things that the Rancho's residents are not aware of. We're not being told up front about what's going on. It was me who posted an article in the Rancho's Independent regarding the loan that was going to take away the ACO funding. I posted that article in the Rancho's Independent so that the citizens in the Madera Ranchos would know that loan was there. No one basically knew it, because I was the only one at the Board of Supervisors meeting that day when you guys approved that.
Well, we'd also had those at various public meetings where this feasibility study has been born out of the fires of public input from you, from Chuck, from the meetings that we've had out there, from the coffees with Brett. that people are saying, there's a better way to do this. Why are we going down this path that's going to cost us too much? And so, this was coming from me saying, okay, if there's a better way to do it, let's figure out what that better way to do it is. And unfortunately, after we didn't have that in this 2009 one, we now have it in, and we're pushing forward on it to make sure that whatever the solution, the ultimate solution is for the ranchos, is the right one, and people do have the input and understand what is happening. And I've made that commitment from the very beginning, and this is trying to make good on that promise to the people that we're going to do things differently and more transparently and in a better way, and stretch our dollars versus just say, this is what we want and this is what you're going to have to pay for. So this is really coming out of that, and I appreciate all the time that you guys are pushing me to make sure that our process is as good as it possibly can be.
As our representative, just don't blindside us.
Oh, I know.
Please, Brett, just don't blindside the Ranchos community.
I'm scared of the Ranchos community. There's no blindside in there.
Okay, thank you.
It will not be blindsiding.
Hi, guys. Chuck LaRue, Madeira. Brett, is this feasibility study plan an alternate to the 218 that you were talking about?
No.
Being for the feasibility study?
No, we can't. We can't.
You can't do a 218 feasibility?
Oh, no. So you're talking about
I thought that's what you discussed at the meetings out there.
No, we're talking, that right there is a rate study that would go through the 218 process. That would, so once after this feasibility study, we find out what the cost of the improvements are going to be, what the system needs. We have the system analysis, and then we say, okay, this is what it's going to cost to do these, and this is what, then we take that to the 218 and say, this is what your rate is going to be. So there's still a rate study being done with the community. This is just a way to get hopefully better projects into that rate study.
Okay. Since you're using the terminology from the state saying that any means, is it any means possible?
By any means necessary.
Any means necessary, okay. That sounds like the rates would be increased to accommodate, or it'd come from the revenues from MD10A. At this time, when you guys collect $600,000 a year from us, you spend $600,000 a year. That's what the audits have shown. Each year you're spending every dime that you guys get in. So if there is any additional expense that the ratepayers of MD10A would be liable for, where would that extra revenue come from?
That would have to, and that would be through a 218 election to raise the rates.
And if we say no, we don't want to raise the rates to accommodate?
If they say no, you don't want to raise the rates, then the projects don't go through.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you still going with the thing of sending a rubber exploding balloon through the existing pipes to blow them up and feed in a replacement pipe?
If that's the best way to...
or go through and dig with a backhoe every foot?
If that is the best, most efficient, and
because you know that there's
cost-effective
concrete, tree roots, buildings, fences, all kinds of stuff covering up those pipes for how many miles? How many miles of pipe you got out there, do you think? 10, 15?
A lot, yeah.
Yeah. So a lot of it is not as accessible as it was before the houses were put in, and the landscaping and the outbuildings and the yada yada, right?
It was not developed well at the beginning.
Well, yeah, we know that.
Yeah. So
none of it's been handled properly.
Yeah.
So we accept that.
So whatever the in the area, if it's a backhoe, then we use a backhoe. If going through the horizontal piping is the best way to do it, then that's the best way to do it. And I will tell you that we will do it in the most cost-effective way that a government entity can.
Well, some
Does
of the
that sound like a politician answer right there?
You need that bow tie today, buddy.
Yeah, I know. I need the bow tie. My tap shoes right now, Chuck.
So what
Chairman,
about the pipes that were replaced already?
Are we going too far off topic?
Well, I would just suggest that this item get pulled if we want to have a bigger discussion. pull item 5AI, and
I'll make a motion to pull item 5AI, and we can take the rest of it.
Second.
So, getting back to using the terminology from the state, is it possible for you to put
Wait a
in
minute,
there
we have a
that-
motion in a second.
So we're going to pull this off of the consent
Okay.
calendar to have the...
You can discuss it a little later on.
at another time?
Yeah, other
just
time.
right after the
after-
consent
right after
calendar.
this. Yeah.
So,
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Call for the vote. Supervisor Frazier?
Yes.
Supervisor Rogers?
Yes.
Supervisor Portress?
Yes.
Supervisor Wheeler?
Yes.
Supervisor Rodriguez?
Yes.
Vote passes 5-0.
I make a motion to approve the consent calendar as given
Second.
with item A1 removed.
Second.
Call for the vote. Supervisor Wheeler?
Yes.
Supervisor Rogers?
Yes.
Supervisor Portress?
Yes.
Supervisor Frazier?
yes.
Supervisor Rodriguez?
Yes.
Vote passes 5-0.
Okay.
5AI.
Number 5A.
Yeah.
Did you want to go back to 5AI?
Yeah.
Yes.
5AI, Board of Directors, Special Districts, Maintenance District Number 10A, Madera Ranchos, Public Works Department Administration Division. Consideration of approval to adopt a resolution authorizing the Public Works Director or Deputy Director to sign financial agreement, amendments, and certifications for funding under the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund, to approve claims for reimbursement, to execute expenditure summary, to sign form, to sign the certification of completion, and pledging and dedicating new water revenues to payment of DWSRF financing on behalf of MD10A Madera Ranchos.
Now you can come back, Chuck.
You can come back, Chuck, and finish your line of questioning. We should always know that nothing from MD10A is ever non-controversial and routine.
Okay. Getting back to the terminology that you guys have to use from the state, is it possible for you to interject in there? Because it sounds to me like you're going to have a Madera County employee make a loan for the ratepayers and then do whatever is necessary to get the funds to cover that loan. Can you interject into your county writings that you are responsible for that those will be, in fact, on a 218, as opposed to arbitrarily set in place by Madera County employees like you guys did with the ACO fund for the Dublin well with $1.5 million that was collected over a 20-year period to replace the leaking pipes.
So right now, so if I understand...
See, the history shows that
if I understand the question,
the plan didn't work out.
You would want the 218 election to go out for the ratepayers to approve taking on any new debt of...
Well, if that's required, isn't it?
Well, only if the rates
Was a number.
can't pay for the...
Well, they can't
loan.
because you guys are spending every dime now.
So let's ask...
Supervisor Frazier, my local Public Works, and how soon do we assemble? How quick do we assemble, right? Anytime there will be a rate increase, or there will be a Prop 218 process. So currently for this feasibility study, by the time it is granted, which will take anytime from 6 to 9 months, then we will see how much it will, if there's any need to increase the fees, then we will go to Prop 218. But the way it is, the status of their financial state at MD10A, how do you have any information right now? We just pulled this.
Are you suggesting that at this time there's revenue to cover an additional loan?
We're trying to answer that question. Just a second.
Good morning, Chairman, Supervisors. Andrea Saldati, Madera County Public Works. So right now, the ACO is being used to pay back the loan that was used for the Dublin well. There is a fund balance every year of about $300,000 to $400,000 carried over from year to year in the Operation and Maintenance Fund for MD10A. We would look at using that fund balance to use as the expenditure for the feasibility study if the district does not have the revenue available to pay for the feasibility study. A Prop 218 would be done at that point in time. If the Prop 218 is opposed and the district does not want to do the Prop 218 to increase the rates to pay for the feasibility study, then the project is dead at that point in time.
So you're saying that you guys advance $300,000 a year for MD10A funds that you already have someplace?
It's not necessarily in advance. It's a cash balance that
yeah.
is carried over from year to year.
Because the paperwork that perhaps you could make that paperwork available. The paperwork I've seen for 3 years that the audit was $640 grand, $650 grand, $620 grand collected and spent. No reference at all to an accumulation of $300,000 sitting someplace.
The approved special district's budget, which is online, will show that there is a fund balance carried over.
Well, that also shows that you guys budget in $100,000 a year for furniture out there where there's no building and no furniture.
Well, Supervisor, I suggest
that really doesn't do much for me, darling.
I suggest that we meet with Mr. LaRue at our office at a different time, and we can go over the finances.
That'd be great.
Okay.
Yeah. Linda, you had another question, and then after that, I'll make a motion to approve item AI.
You got to come up here.
Just in continuous what Chuck said. What's her name? The lady's
Andrea Saldati.
Andrea. I have all the reports for MD10A for the budgets. I normally print them out and then I have a file for them. I'm in agreement with Chuck. I don't see that carryover that you're referring to. So maybe you can tell me where on the budget report that carryover each year is, because I've yet to see it. We have complained over the years about there not being any monies left over in MD10A, and if it is, we can't see it in the budget report as to where it's being. Is it in a bucket somewhere? Is it stored somewhere? Where is it? And under what item, so that when I'm looking at this budget report that I can go there? And where do I get that information?
So the budget that is approved online, it is on page 30, and it is actually the very first line item of the budget, which I can show if you'd like.
Can we put it up on
Only the carryover for the sake of time. I just want to know where the carryover is.
On the board for everybody.
Yeah, if we can put it up on there.
So that's the carryover.
It's not working.
It's not working.
So this is actual. Yes. And this is well, I know what this is, but they're saying actual. So you're telling me this is carried over to another year? Well, shouldn't our fund balance be larger than that?
And Linda, I think now we are getting off of what this part is, but
I can get that at some other.
Yeah.
I just want to know that because we have talked about that over the years, and so and Chuck is talking about where will we get that money. And another thing, if we don't approve of Proposition 218, how does that affect the new state regulations that we're going to have to? That are mandated to us as far as the meters.
So what ends up happening if, say, we have a meter project and the county can't pay for a meter project, it has to be the special district. If the special district turns down the 218 process, then we would have to look at dissolving the district, and because the county has that mandate that it has to be in. So if there's no way to pay for that, we have to go through the process of dissolving, or you guys look at privatization, which is another option that's out there as well. So.
And that's the only option we'd have if we don't approve the 218.
Yeah, and if the county dissolves and you have to take it over as some kind of mutual water company or
sell it to a company,
because you're still going to have to.
We're going to have to do the state mandate.
Yeah,
it's going to be required.
As a water district, you're going to have
to.
You
get fined every day.
Right, I know. Yeah. I read about that.
So the 218 election is it's going to be important, and that's why looking at this feasibility study, because if we run out the feasibility study as it sat, what the project was, with moving everything to the front right away at $15.5 million project just for that, I don't know if we could pass that 218 election. So we're looking at doing it in a better way that's more cost effective, that we can go out and say, your rates aren't going to triple. So that's where we're going. When the original cost estimate, when we were looking at that project, was people were going to go from $60 a month to it was going to be another $83 just on top of it for that. So, and that's without even a metered rate. So that's That's why we're going down this path, is to make it more cost-effective so that we can actually pass it to 18, so that the infrastructure can be put in for the ranchos.
I've never been able to attend your coffee because I'm busy in the morning, but it's time for a community meeting in the evening. School district is open back up now, and we need community meetings in the evening so people can come out and express.
You got it. I am a
Can you
servant
please
of the
get that
people.
on the calendar for some evening meetings? Thank you. Thank you.
The 29th of August, we have a meeting in the evening. Oh, can I drop this mic, or is it going to break?
Let's move this on. Ahmad, are you going to get together with them and discuss these issues?
Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Chairman. It will be in the motion.
I move.
Yes, sir.
Let's do that.
Oh,
Sorry, Chairman, there's more public comment.
Dale Drosen, Fresno County. Can you stop saying pipes running through backyards? It's an easement.
A public utility easement.
It's a public utility easement. It's not just a pipe running through my backyard.
Yeah.
The PG&E is there. The phone is there. The internet is there. It's an easement in the rear yard. It's not just pipes running through backyards. And if the public built a garage or a building or planted on top of it, I'm sorry, but the easement has rights to go in and do whatever is necessary to replace it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Move to approve item AI.
Second.
Call for the vote. Supervisor Frazier?
Yes.
Supervisor Wheeler?
Yes.
Supervisor Poitras?
Yes.
Supervisor Rogers?
Yes.
Supervisor Rodriguez?
Yes.
Vote passes 5-0.
Thank you for your engagement. Appreciate it.
Very good.
7A, Board of Supervisors, Department, District Number 2. Presentation of a proclamation recognizing Steven Serrano for his work in qualifying for and participating in the world-renowned Boston Marathon. Whereas Steven Serrano set out more than a year ago to work toward his goal of running the Boston Marathon, and whereas during his time of training he participated in the Two Cities Marathon, the California Classic, 100K Trail Run, and several others, and whereas after qualifying at an event in Modesto, he joined more than 30,000 runners from around the world on April 17th in Boston, where he finished 5,936th place with a time of 3 hours, 25 minutes, 48 seconds. And whereas Steven Serrano is the husband of Catherine Serrano, who works for the county treasurer tax collector. They have 3 children, Justin, who serves in the U.S. Navy, Eric, who works for Snyder Industries in Chowchilla, and daughter Taylor, who will enter high school in the fall. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the Board of Supervisors of the County of Madera, State of California, does hereby recognize the achievements of Steven Serrano and his work in qualifying for and participating in the world-renowned Boston Marathon.
Okay, so how much of a run is it? Tell us.
26 miles of pain and pleasure.
26 miles. I can't hardly walk around the block. I'm just kidding. I couldn't run around my neighborhood, and that's 2.5 miles. So, I mean, that's a lot of preparation and a lot of work, and we're proud of you. Here we are again, Madera County, on the map of the world in the Boston Marathon. A lot of firsts, a lot of special spots, and you're in one of them, and that's very, very notable. Anything you'd like to say?
Just basically thank you to all my family and friends and everybody that puts up with my running all the time and my training. And I hope to do it in 2019 again. So hopefully with a little coaching, I'll be back.
Tell us about your medal.
Just my finisher medal for the 121st Boston Marathon. I don't know that any medal is better than this particular medal. This is the pinnacle of marathoning for any marathoner. There's plenty of other great ones out there, but this means the most to any marathoner. So, thank you.
Does your wife say, "Run, Stephen, run"?
She told me to stop.
Stop running? Is there ever a point at which you stop and look back and say, "I think I'll go home now"? I'm just kidding you. I'm just teasing you. I know we got another runner on the board here. Yeah, he runs every day, so. Yeah. Well, congratulations, and on behalf of the board, we'll present this proclamation to you. Anybody else want to say anything?
Seven B, Child Support Services Department, presentation of a proclamation proclaiming August 2019 as Child Support Awareness Month. Whereas the Madera County Department of Child Support Services believe that children are our most precious resource and become healthy, productive, and well-adjusted adults through the support and nurturing of their families. And whereas the Madera County Department of Child Support Services believes that child support provides an essential bridge to the self-sufficiency and financial security for children and their families by ensuring that children have a reliable source of financial and medical support, allowing them to grow, learn, and achieve their dreams. And whereas the Madera County Department of Child Support currently serves 636,396 families, of which 3,281 families are former recipients of welfare benefits. And whereas the federal fiscal year 2015-2016, the Madera County Department of Child Support Services collected and disbursed over $10.1 million in current and past due child support payments. And federal fiscal year 2015-16 and to date, April 2017, the department has collected and distributed $6.9 million in current and past due child support payments. And whereas the Madera County Department of Child Support Services is strongly committed to its mission of working together with parents for their children and to enhance the well-being of children and self-sufficiency of families by providing child support services to anyone who wants or needs them. And whereas the staff of Madera County Department of Child Support Services believe in and practice the core values of integrity, teamwork, quality, respect, and public service. And whereas the Madera County Department of Child Support Services, in partnership with the 51 local support agencies and counties throughout the state, is commemorating this year's Child Support Awareness Month by spreading the vision that give them something great to imitate. Now therefore be it proclaimed that based upon the foregoing, the Board of Supervisors of the County of Madera does hereby proclaim August 2017 as Child Support Awareness Month in Madera County.
Good morning, Chairman, gentlemen of the Board, Vicki West, Director of Child Support Services, and we are here to celebrate the Child Support Awareness Month. I'm going to turn it over to our very capable Deputy Director, Sarah Honeycutt.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Thank you for taking the time out. I just wanted to let you know that every year the state of California participates in the nationally recognized Child Support Awareness Month in August. And our child support family consists of 33 workers, and we have 3 new ones. This is Cynthia Ramos. Gosh, I completely... And she has the letter from Governor Brown that we received yesterday regarding the Child Support Awareness Month.
He writes, family bonding nurtures stronger roots for children to ensure they feel empowered to accomplish their dreams for the future. When parents are positively involved in their children's lives, they set the example for generations to come. I want to thank all parents who are involved and dedicated to making sure they are part of their children's growth, whether by showing them how to throw a baseball, teaching them how to give back to the community, or simply by showing them how to be a good friend. These tools are what help children grow into good citizens. During Child Support Awareness Month, I encourage all Californians to remember that we are role models to each and every child. We have the ability to positively impact and influence their young lives by the way we treat each other. Now more than ever, we must give them something great to imitate. And signed, Jerry Brown.
This is Cynthia Ramos, and she has been with us now for 3 months. And she comes from working in Fresno for 5 years at the Child Support Office. We have... thank you. This is Monica Ramirez and Martinez, and she's been with the county for 3 months. Blowing this completely. She's been with us for 3 months, and she was also with the Child Support Agency in Kings County for 15 years.
Perfect. Any public comment on this proclamation?
One more. There you go.
And this is Michael Gonzalez, and he comes from the Meds Department in Fresno. And he is getting fully trained in child support. He doesn't have any child support yet, but he's doing a great job, and we're real proud to have him on our team.
Very good.
Welcome to the biggest little county in the state.
One thing I just wanted to point out is that 1 in 10 children in California receive some type of child support services. And when in Madera County with a 22% poverty rate, our program works very hard to reduce poverty for children and families. And we appreciate you guys taking the time out to recognize us and the work that we do. And we have this short little video to show you.
Thank you very much. Any public comment on this proclamation? If not, we'll go down.
We're going to do a video.
Oh, video? Okay.
Yeah, it's real short. We'll be having our annual job fair August the 30th at 700 U70 Avenue.
Seven C, Board of Supervisors Department. Presentation by Supervisor Bob Williams, Tehama County, and Chairman Rural County Representatives of California, and Marianne Warmerdam, RCRC Senior Legislative Advocate.
Let me make a personal introduction. Bob is the president of RCRC, Rural County Representatives of California. We've been colleagues for the last 8 years. And
like that.
Yeah, it's been great to work with him. RCRC and Marianne Warmerdam been with RCRC the last 3 years? 1 year. Why was I thinking 3 years? Anyway, she makes a big impression. But RCRC accomplishes a lot in the state of California for rural counties. They advocate at the state level as well as the federal level. We have a number of programs that are instituted in every county, and just one of the best organizations I've ever been involved in. They do a lot for us, and it's a privilege to be part of that board. I sit on both the board of directors and the executive board of directors. So take it away, Bob and Marianne.
Well, thank you, Supervisor Rogers and Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Thank you for having us here today on your agenda. I was going to start off by thanking Dave for his years of service on the RCRC board, and I was telling Marianne on the way down that Supervisor Wheeler and I went through charm school together.
You know how to do it.
Yeah.
You just graduated. He just never finished his final.
Yeah, but he's a heck of a dancer, let me tell you. Anyway, Dave gave a pretty good description of what RCRC does, but one of the reasons that I'm here is I made a promise to my board of directors. We represent 35 rural counties in the state of California, As we like to say, 55% of the land mass, less than 10% of the population. So we are small but mighty. But I made a promise to my board of directors when I became chairman of the board that I would reach out on days that our board was dark and try to get to as many counties as I could. Those that would have me. And yes, so you guys made the list and were gracious enough to accept us into your chambers here for our presentation today. Brought with me Mary Ann Warmerdam. She's an advocate for RCRC, and Mary Ann and I have known each other for a couple of years, back to our Farm Bureau days. So I'm going to turn it over to Mary Ann, and I'm going to stay up here in case you guys get too hard on her. I'll jump right in the middle of you, okay?
Thank you, Supervisor Williams, and thank you, gentlemen, for giving us the opportunity to visit with you today. As Mr. Williams said, we are an organization of 35 counties, and we do have a couple of associated organizations that I wanted to touch on just to give you an overview of who we are and the kind of work that we provide to you as member counties as well as other cities and counties within the state of California on an associate basis. One of those organizations is the Golden State Finance Authority. It has been around since the early 90s, and it provides assistance to low-income and moderately income households with respect to buying houses in areas of the state that don't always have a competitive advantage in terms of securing financing. It's been a very successful program. It has provided funding to over 107,000 families in the state of California over that period of time. It has involved some $18 billion of funding through this organization, as well as the National Home Buyers Fund, which is a 501c, not a C3. It's one of the Internal Revenue Code Cs that allows us to take this program nationwide. We've got a smaller presence in terms of our national presence, but it builds on our experience with respect to the Golden State Finance Authority. More to the point is what these associations have given us is some opportunity to, as our president, Greg Norton, who I should have started by saying he expresses his regret at not being able to be with you today. He likes to be in these meetings as well, and he would give a much better overview of these programs than I can give you. But as Greg will point out, and he would ask me to tell you, is that the Golden State Finance Authority and National Home Buyer Funds ventures have allowed us to do some things that normally an organization like RCRC might not be in a position to do. We have just started on a program where we are working with the Veterans Authority to provide homeless veterans with some housing. In Sacramento, and I believe it's technically Rancho Cordova, we just completed a 12-unit reconversion of an old facility that is now providing some families, veteran families, with a house that they may not have had before. And along the same lines, we are funding a program with the State Department of Education to educate young people with respect to the perils of human trafficking. The whole approach of the program is to start young with fifth graders. It's an every other year program, 5th, 7th, 9th, and 11th grades. And we hope to have all 35 member counties with a curriculum in human trafficking education within the next 2 years. This is the first year we hope to have the full curriculum deployed among all 35 member counties within a 3-year period. Was there a question, Supervisor? Okay.
No, thank you.
And then the last area that I wanted to call out is our disaster assistance program. You might recall over the last few years we've had some pretty horrible wildfires, and we have been able to, between the Butte fire rebuild in Calaveras County and the Valley Fire rebuild in Lake County, we have given close to $400,000 to those two counties to help them meet some of the unintended expenses associated with natural disaster like fires. So those are some of the background programs that we work in. Oh,
I can push a button.
you're pretty good at this.
We learned that, right?
Where I spend most of my time with 4 colleagues is on our legislative and regulatory affairs program. We work on anything that touches rural counties. With that, however, we spend most of our time working on natural resource and programs that have an impact on rural counties in a way they may not have on your urban counterparts. But with that, we cover a whole portfolio of issues, from local funding to the quality of life to how state regulatory programs affect rural counties differently than urban or suburban counties. We fight very hard, and we are always articulating the need for local control and the implications of state programs on local economies. Now, as you might guess, with the landmass that we represent and this relatively small population base, we have to be a little creative in terms of what we engage in and how we make our arguments. But I've been with the organization just about a little over a year now, and I have to say that I am very pleased with the caliber of the colleagues that I have the opportunity to work with, and their commitment to making the programs and the arguments on your behalf come to life. Very good.
Thank you, Betty.
So we work on this last year. We have focused on several areas. I have one colleague, Stacy Heaton, that if I were to guess, she spends 80-90% of her time working on forest health issues, whether it's on the Tree Mortality Task Force or it's on funding to help create a healthier forest, not only in California's rural forests, but in our federal forests within the state of California. And we have had some reasonable success. A very quick example, you may have read something about the recent cap and trade conversation in the State House.
It's already out of there.
Yeah. And while we as an organization don't have a position on the cap and trade program per se, what Stacy, in conjunction with a couple of us, were able to secure was a commitment to having some of those cap and trade dollars come to the forests of California for forest health initiatives. And that will help us get our arms around tree mortality, which, as you all know way too personally, is a rolling disaster going up the spine of the Sierra Nevada. So we're very pleased that we've been able to get that kind of an accommodation. We've also spent some time on ensuring that the state PILT program gets funded every year. You might remember there were a couple of years when those funding dollars did not come to you. It's because of the initiative of one of my predecessors under the RCRC banner that we were able to secure funding under Governor Brown for the last 4 or 5 years now in his budget. I have another colleague, Paul Smith, who's our Vice President of Government Affairs, who has spent an inordinate amount of time working on the cannabis environment in this state. He and our Government Affairs Counsel, who we stole from Arthur Weiling. Okay.
She's looking for a job? Oh, no.
Call me.
Paul and Arthur have been spending a good deal of time meeting with your colleagues in rural counties, talking about how to best implement the cannabis regulatory schemes, what the implications are, at least from what we're seeing from the state level, and trying to position each of your colleagues in the counties in the best position possible. The last area that I wanted to touch on is the IHSS cost shift. As you know, there's been a lot of conversation. Tracy Ryan, my colleague, who joined us about a year ago also, has been a point on this and has been vigilant in trying to assure that rural county messaging gets across as it relates to this particular program. The financial implications of which, if done poorly, can be devastating for our rural counties. So this has been her premier area of legislative conversation in the last few months. I wanted to just touch on the last item here. I won't go into great detail, but disadvantaged communities, you in Madera County tend to be the beneficiary of some of the CalEnviro screen programs, largely because of your criteria air pollutant situation here, which while we don't wish that upon other parts of the state, what has occurred is that in other parts of the state, because of air quality tends to be better, their disadvantaged communities don't get to compete for some of the dollars that are made available for disadvantaged community programs. So we are not trying to disenfranchise Madera, Kings, Fresno, or Kern County by any means, or Tulare. But what we are arguing for is a level playing field so that low-income communities across the state, many of which are in rural counties, have at least a shot at receiving some of this state funding that's made available to address water quality needs, water supply needs, and other capital projects in that infrastructure area. Touch again. So this is the portfolio that I work on your behalf, water and natural resources. And let me assure you that Supervisor Rogers has impressed upon me the work that you all are doing, both within the county as well as your partnership with others as it relates to groundwater and meeting the SGMA obligations. And I want a particular call out to Julia, who's not here at the moment. Julia has been doing a stellar job on your behalf as a SGMA county, and I want to compliment you on bringing Julia on board. You, as many of the counties that have been affected by SGMA, are part of the reason why I can stand here today and say that 99% of the basins that are affected by SGMA are meeting their first timeline of June 30th of this year to organize themselves into a sustainability agency. It's quite an accomplishment, and you all are to be congratulated. The other area that that Supervisor Rogers has impressed upon me is your interest in Temperance Flat. And while we are very careful not to prejudice our support for one project over another, we are supporting those projects that are regionally supported and economically viable. The reasoning is we have a state system that is oversubscribed, and as I like to tell some folks, whether you believe in climate change or not, clearly some things are happening. We have greater flood flows that could provide more certainty to our water supply, and this is an opportunity for us to take advantage of it. The other areas that I spend some time on has to do with the State Water Board, and we work very closely with Julia and a couple of your sister counties in the San Joaquin Valley to impress upon the State Water Resources Control Board that their Bay Delta Water Quality Plan, which looked to secure more resources off of the San Joaquin River, was ill-advised. They had a similar plan for the Sacramento River, and we worked with a number of organizations not only in the San Joaquin Valley but also in the Sacramento Valley to ensure that water resources not be further allocated to the environment when we know that some of those allocations aren't really doing much in terms of improving the aquatic environment for our fisheries. The next area that we have spent some time on, I wanted to touch just briefly on, is county government. And the one that we haven't really talked about much yet this morning is broadband deployment. Tracy Ryan has been spending an awful lot of time when she's not working on IHSS on SB 649, which we would call to your attention because we believe that it will allow our telephone company broadband providers to create small cell towers on public infrastructure without due compensation to the entity, whether it's the city or county, which is the owner of that infrastructure. And despite the efforts of not only RCRC, but every local government representative in Sacramento, whether it's individual counties, the League of Cities, or CSAC. And you might share with your legislators that despite local government having a uniformed opposition to SB 649, it seems to be going through the legislature with very few no votes. And it seems to be a little bit of a disconnect with our state office holders and the implications on your ability as local government to manage your own infrastructure resources. Let me talk just briefly on the benefits. You have our team to work on your behalf in both Sacramento and Washington. In fact, I don't know, Mr. Supervisor, if you'd like to talk about our engagement with NACO for just a brief moment.
Go ahead. Yeah, okay, fine.
You're
I'm just standing here pushing buttons.
I know. It's time for you to say something.
The job I'm qualified for. No, I'm kidding.
I beg your pardon.
We just came back from National Association of Counties, NACO, their annual conference in Columbus, Ohio. It was a very good meeting, very good conference of interest to rural counties, which was mainly my focus when I was back there. I attended the Western Regional Rural Caucus and Western Interstate Region Board of Directors meetings, but there was one piece of policy that we were able to get installed in the NACO policy, and that dealt with direct infrastructure funding to counties to try to assist us in bypassing the, as I call it, the big that the state takes when we get federal funding. We all know the binds that we're under for transportation funding in our counties, and you all know as supervisors the phone calls that you get at 9:30 at night or 10 o'clock at night are usually either about a pothole in the road or response time in law enforcement. That seems to be, in my experience, in my 11 years as a supervisor, those are the phone calls that we get. It's important that we're able to get out there and do what the people that live in our communities want, and one of the main things that they want is good roads to drive on. So if we can move things forward and get that funding to come directly to the counties and not have the state take a chunk out of it, that's just more that we can spend on our local roads. But we remain actively involved. Every year, RCRC, we send our officers to the NACO Legislative Conference. This year it's in March in Washington, D.C. We spend 2 days walking the halls. Last year we had 24 appointments in 2 days. So we did a lot of walking, a lot of talking to folks, not just legislators, but staff people, committee people, the people that actually really make the decisions back in D.C. and can make a difference. And I think we were very effective for being an organization that only represents less than 10% of the population in the state of California. We have a huge voice in D.C. and a huge voice in Sacramento. So I'm very proud to be the chairman of this organization and happy to serve. And Dave knows my number. I think he's got me on speed dial. So.
Just to kind of close out on that, we do review over 1,400 bills that come through the State House. We review federal legislation as well. We have a contract lobbyist in Washington, D.C. who helps us navigate the halls of Congress. And as Supervisor Williams said, I think we, as an organization, we have an outsized voice with respect to the population we represent. Just to close out here briefly, because I know you have a full agenda this morning, we do have ways that we communicate. Like most organizations, we're on social media. We do have a email newsletter that's much more conventional, the barbed wire. And we also do our best, and we're trying to raise our profile by working with some of the traditional media sources, doing more op-eds and that sort of thing, again, to try to magnify your voice and make a difference on behalf of rural California. The last organization that I wanted just to touch on, Mary Pitto on our staff has been with us for 15 years. Anyway, and she is our point person on our Environmental Services JPA. And it has been a boon to many of our rural counties. We meet 5 times a year, and she has done a fabulous job walking the halls of the Cal Recycle hallways, again, helping you navigate how to manage local waste streams under the auspices of the ESJPA. And I think that comes to the end of my time with you. Happy to answer any questions that you might have.
I was just going to make a quick statement that, I've never seen an organization with more qualified people handling each issue. It's just amazing as they wade through the details of this legislation that comes down at us. And then the advocacy, it's just fantastic. I believe we even got into the vice president's office, if I'm not mistaken, last year when we went to D.C. And so it was pretty impressive advocacy on the part of that organization. And Greg Norton is one of the finest directors I've ever met as far as a CEO. They also have programs involved in helping counties with economic development that are developing right now. And I've been talking with them about some infrastructure development in Madera County and some equity loans or some things involved in that. So stay tuned for more that RCRC will continue to help us with. One of the best organizations in the state of California, probably in the country. Fantastic to work with. I'm honored to be a part of it, and thank you for what you guys do.
And I'll add one thing to that, Dave, is my understanding is the dues for RCRC have only been adjusted one time in the last 10 years, and that was adjusted downward.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So where everything else is going up, we are staying the same or going down, and the bang that you get for your buck is huge. Yes.
Yeah. Dave has always come back and had good words, good comments about the organization. Yep. He speaks well of you. Supervisor Wheeler?
Yeah, just, Marianne, you work out of the Sacramento office then?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And how many employees do we have up there?
We have a total of 25 employees.
Oh, wow. Wow.
About 15 on the housing side, which runs the Golden State Finance Authority and the National
All that goodies, yeah.
And then we have, in the Government Affairs Unit, we have 7? I should know.
That's close enough.
Yeah. We have 7.
No, that's great. So, Bob, you do a great job.
They do a lot with the amount of people that they have. So.
Yeah. A lot of organizations have been so envious they try to emulate what's going on there.
Right.
We literally deal with mega millions of dollars, and it's just so well run and to be commended.
Bob, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming down, and we really appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
We'll break for lunch until 1 o'clock.
Chairman, you want to ask for public comment on that presentation?
Okay, public comment on this presentation. If none, we'll break for lunch.
That's all I know.
Okay, public hearings, Community and Economic Development Department Planning Division, hearing to consider adoption of a resolution of the revised Home Investment Partnerships Program Housing Rehabilitation Guidelines.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Matt Trieber, Planning Director here. I also have Robert Mansfield, Senior Planner. Robert's charged with administering and keeping track of all these different grants. This is a standard item. We were fortunate enough in 2015 to be awarded by the state a $500,000 grant program for housing rehab. The reason it's 2017 and we're just getting to this is nothing that the county has done. It's the state level. In 2016, the Senate, they removed the funding, and then later they have reinstituted the funding, and we're here before your body. A part of the grant program is adopting the guidelines that are before you. We're available for any questions on this item. Thank you.
Supervisor Wheeler?
Yeah, and under item G in the consent calendar, that $420,952, is that part of these same dollars?
No, those are different dollars, and there's multiple programs. That's part of our revolving loan fund, right, that we've had in place for a number of years, and so we loan on that money so people pay it back, and then we reinvest. These are income qualified loans, but it's been a good program for housing rehab. We've done some well rehab as a part of this program as well.
Okay. What were you saying, Robert?
Just as a point of clarification, Mr. Supervisor, item G is under a different arm of the Housing Rehabilitation Program at the state under CDBG. What's before you is under the home arm. It's kind of a little confusing. It's
well, when I first seen it, I figured it had something that connected each other, but I couldn't.
Well, yes and no. We cannot use the CDBG RLF funds under G for the home program. Okay. The home has its own program income.
So those two things kind of the same way.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Thank you.
No questions from the board? Take it out to the public comment.
Move to approve 6A.
Motion.
Second.
Call for the vote. Supervisor Wheeler?
Yes.
Supervisor Frazier?
Yes.
Supervisor Rogers?
Yes.
Supervisor Poitras?
Yes.
Supervisor Rodriguez?
Yes.
Vote passes 5-0.
Before we move on, I just want to apologize for having to run out of the meeting during the morning session. I got a call and frantic text message from my wife that my 19-month-old had locked herself in our back bedroom and bathroom, so I had to go spring her free. Mailed her a cake with a file in it so she could get out of jail. But she's everything's okay now, but that's why I went running out of here. Not because I was tired of listening to anything.
That is funny.
6B, Community and Economic Development Department Planning Division, hearing to introduce an ordinance amending Title 13 of the Madera County Code by adding Chapter 13.110 to include a program to address the impact of large-scale development projects on groundwater balance by establishing a definition of large-scale developments and by establishing standards for evaluation of groundwater balance determination and standards for conditions of approval for large-scale developments that fail to assure compliance with the required groundwater balance determinations. Waive the reading and set the public hearing for August 22nd, 2017.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the board. Julia Berry, Director of Water and Natural Resources Department, with my colleague, my esteemed colleague, Mr. Matt Trieber.
Mr.?
With the Community and Economic Development Department. Today we are discussing an item that has been vetted over the last few months, and we feel good about this document. We've had a lot of outreach, and we are pleased to present this to you today. We are proposing a large-scale development groundwater balance ordinance, and we are proposing to amend Title 13 of the existing county code. This ordinance is as a result of a settlement that was reached in December of last year, resulting from a some litigation that was brought over the Gunner Ranch West project. And one of the requirements of the settlement agreement was that we put together an ordinance and that it was passed by August 30th of this year. And so that's why we're before you today. As I mentioned, we have done a lot of outreach. This actually doesn't include everybody we've spoken to at this point. Madera County Farm Bureau was front and center with the negotiations, and we thank them for their time and their effort. The Building Industry Association also has given some input. Chowchilla Water District, Madera Irrigation District actually was kind enough to submit a letter. And Root Creek Water District, they had a representative here earlier today, and he had to leave, but they also had some input on language. So we've really had a good team effort on this ordinance. So the ordinance establishes a groundwater balance, and it requires large-scale developments to achieve a groundwater balance. And if they are not able to do that, then there are some ramifications. We define the groundwater balance as assuring that the quantity of water being extracted from a groundwater table minus water that is being recharged within the limits of a project boundary into a groundwater table does not exceed the sustainable yield of the relevant subbasin underlying the project lands. That's a lot of words to say that a large-scale development needs to show that they are bringing in or are able to supply enough water, groundwater, or surface water to support their large-scale development. The sustainable yield is used in this definition, and we go further to identify what a sustainable yield is. Fortunately for us, this is a new definition that came forward in the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, and it is defined as the maximum quantity of water calculated over a base period representative of long-term conditions in the basin, and including any temporary surplus that can be withdrawn annually from groundwater supply without causing an undesirable result. And we've all talked about SGMA quite a bit. There are 6 undesirable results, and so we thought that this was a very good definition to use since it is a newer regulation that we are operating under. So how does this apply? What's the application? The ordinance reads that the groundwater balance will only be applied to those large-scale developments that are on the valley floor. And the way that we've defined that is by identifying the Bulletin 118 subbasins. These are subbasins that are defined by Department of Water Resources, and it truly is the valley floor. That is to say that developments that are in the foothills or happen to be in what is now Mr. Wheeler's, Supervisor Wheeler's district, many of those would not be subject to this particular groundwater balance requirement. It applies to large-scale developments, and we will identify what those are next. I do give a map here of the Bulletin 118 subbasins in Madera County. You've seen this before. The blue portion of the map is the Chowchilla subbasin. The red line is the county line. The pink-purple portion is the Madera subbasin, and off to the west side, the green-yellow area within the county boundary is the Delta Mendota subbasin that is in the Madera County line. So we go on next to define what a large-scale development is. I won't read all of these. I will say that this definition came out of SB 610 and SB 221. Those are the 2 pieces of legislation that require a development to establish their water supply availability by doing a water supply assessment. And we felt that this would be a good trigger point since it is defined in the law. I don't know if you want to say anything else about why those were chosen.
No, I mean, I think the settlement terms with on the Gunner Ranch West project identified these thresholds and really ties it into the existing state statutes that we have in 221 and 610 that mandate we have to prepare water supply assessments. And also, just a little later on, the board has another item dealing with those. So, and as Julie has already said, there's been a lot of outreach. And we've worked with a number of different entities and organizations and determined that these were standard kind of thresholds out there in the development community and in the water world, and hence why we've included those as defining what a large-scale development is within the ordinance.
Thank you.
Moving on, so the ordinance creates what is called the groundwater replenishment program. So the groundwater replenishment program will be structured, but it will not exist unless, it will not be funded, I guess I should say. It will not be funded unless a development were to come forward and it could not show a balance. So if a balance cannot be achieved, then one of the options for this body, it is not a requirement, it is discretionary. This body could ask for that development to fund the groundwater replenishment program. And a list here is the things that program could do, and it could do more than that. These are many of the activities that will be seen through the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act program. And as we write the groundwater sustainability plans, those plans will outline different activities and different projects, specific projects that will need to be constructed or put into place to achieve sustainability throughout the county. And so the replenishment program will help to augment any funding for those projects that are identified in the groundwater sustainability plans. And at a minimum, we can use the water to acquire surface water and bring it into the county. There are many other things that we can do here. So how will the replenishment program be funded? The fee will be applicable to a project and can be imposed through either both or one of the two mechanisms. The large-scale development, the developer can pay an occupancy fee that's passed on upon issuance of final occupancy, or there can be, and/or, depending on what this body chooses to do, there can be a surcharge that's collected by the development's municipal water purveyor. So that would be a monthly utility bill paid by water users in that development. So we thought it was very important to identify implementation and to show, this is language that was added at the request.
Sure, yeah, I could just address this. There was a meeting and discussions that Julie and I had with the Madera Irrigation District late last week that really was the driver of the language that you see here before. We've implemented it and rolled it into the ordinance. And so what this does is it basically says, going back a little bit, right, when a project has done the calculation and it's determined that they cannot meet a groundwater balance over those, and they come into this replenishment program, that's got to be clearly identified what programs they're funding, where that funding's coming from, and how it's all being lined out to make up for whatever per acre foot deficit they have prior to this body or prior to the board considering it for an entitlement hearing. So it puts it up front. It's not simply a project can't come before this body that hasn't met a balance and we adopt it and say we're going to look at it at a later date, right? It says, you know, before we come and bring a project, a large-scale development project before this body, we're going to know exactly how you make up for any deficit that you may have as part of your groundwater balance calculation that flows into that. So it's up front. Like I said, this was a recent change based off of some communications and meetings we've had with MID leading up to it to really call it out and clarify it. It was always staff's opinion and position that that would be the case. This just clearly states it in the ordinance, so there's no ambiguity as far as the timing of when that would occur. So,
thank you. Okay, moving on to methodology. A licensed civil engineer or hydrogeologist will establish water balances and water resources. So these calculations will be done by an expert in the field of hydrogeology or a licensed professional engineer who is experienced in establishing surpluses or deficits. And the ordinance is more detailed in how those calculations will be done. It is more prescribed, but we did not want to take too much time today to get it too deep into detail. This is an important piece of the methodology. We believe staff felt that it was very important to recommend that a landowner who potentially could have been using more water, for example, if they had been farming, and they can show that they've been using, say, 3,500 acre feet of water per year. We felt it was important and also had much agreement from the Farm Bureau and from the other stakeholders that that historical water use could not be used to offset any water gain that was coming from, a development. So instead, should a landowner who wants to develop choose to set aside farmland, they will only receive credits for setting that farmland aside for the natural recharge over that property. So only for the natural rainfall that would normally percolate into that property. They cannot use historical water use as a savings.
That's important.
It really is.
That's probably the most important part of this ordinance, I think.
Well, it was well received. Well received. Okay, moving on. We have done some additional public outreach aside from just the outreach that was mentioned earlier. We've had 2 appearances in front of the Planning Commission. July 11th, we conducted a workshop. On August 1st at the Planning Commission, the Planning Commission actually did recommend this ordinance to the Board of Supervisors through a 4-0 vote. So we have now, as of today, we'll have had 3 total public hearings. We will have an additional hearing on August 22nd, and that moves us to today's recommendation by staff. As I mentioned, this is the third of what will be a total of 4 public hearings. The next board meeting, August 22nd, will be the meeting at which this body will have the ability to approve or disapprove of this ordinance language. And we did want to mention that today's recommendation also includes a very good last-minute change from the Farm Bureau. They wanted to clarify and make sure that we amended Section 13702BV to read that recharge in the impact area for in lieu recharge. So they wanted to make sure that we could make sure that recharge was nearby the large-scale development site or somewhere in the impact area, that was specified. That recharge in the impact area outside of the limits of the subject development for the benefit of large-scale developments, groundwater balance may also be taken into account. So that will go into the methodology portion.
Yeah, so, and really that touches base on a large-scale development that's, say, in southeastern Madera, that they're not going to get credit for setting aside farmland in the Firebaugh area. Right, it needs to be within that impact area of the development. The ordinance is clear. Any credit has to be within the appropriate sub-basin, but when we're dealing with in lieu recharge and those credits, right, really to focus it in, it needs to be in that impact area because the hydrologic connectivity is different. It's, large areas of land, and that's where, absolutely, I think on a staff level, it makes a lot of sense to make that little tweak to just call it out that it needs to be in the impact area, that recharge credit.
So we would ask, staff recommendation, we would ask for action to amend that section to include the underlined language, and we would also recommend that the Board of Supervisors waive the first reading today and set the second hearing for this ordinance on August 22nd. That concludes our presentation.
Thank you so much for all of your guys' hard work, for the outreach, this was one of those documents that really was forged with key stakeholder outreach, individuals having the ability to weigh in on it. I think the ultimate output is amazing. I really like it. This was something I was a part of from the beginning during the lawsuit and how to get there. And the question was, when we're in the settlement of the lawsuit, just because they wanted it, is it really what's best for the overall policy direction of Madera County? I think with what you brought forward, it absolutely is in the best interest of Madera County as a whole and how we're moving forward with large-scale development and understanding how we plan accordingly for the future. So just some of the questions I have on these, just for some clarifications. So this is large-scale development as it pertains to SB 610. If someone comes in and it's a pretty large development of 200 homes, they're not just grandfathered in that they don't have to meet a water balance
correct? That is correct, Supervisor, and we did take a long look at that, right? If a project walks in here and is requesting 495 units, they're still going to have to provide that water analysis. They're still going to have to go through that, right? And we as staff would be remiss if we didn't address those impacts, absolutely. So, yes.
So developments that are under 500 are going to be under the same scrutiny, similar scrutiny, or how would you characterize that?
No, absolutely. They're going to have the requirement, right? We are not going to have a project before this body that can't prove to us adequate water supply to serve those residents, and that it's not an impact to the region or the area. Absolutely.
Okay, and then, so this groundwater replenishment program, if someone's not meeting a groundwater balance, they don't just get to pay to play, correct? They don't just get to pay in the program and say, okay, I'm good, I'll use as much groundwater as I want to. I want to make sure that that's not...
That is correct, yeah. You can't simply circumnavigate and say, well, we're not going to do this work in this analysis, which, by the way, the county is the driver on this work, right? And simply say, well, we're just going to pay a fee. That's not how it's going to work. And I think really the credit on the outreach that had conducted, right, we have a much better ordinance than we would have had without that outreach.
I agree.
And a lot of that, as we spoke previously on one of the slides there that talked about we as staff making sure we have adequate replenishment program in place for your consideration upon a hearing of that entitlement is key, right? So that all the public will know, this board will know, staff will all know, here's how we're going to address any specific, whether it's 50 acre feet of deficit or 5 acre or 500. We're going to have an exact plan that's laid out, that's been vetted fully through the public process before it's considered by your body.
Okay, and what if a development goes through and they're not meeting, so they're entitled, they're moving forward, that's under this one, but they're pumping too much. Is there fees that are associated with that cause them to have to pay into that later if they're not doing what they said they're doing?
Yes, absolutely. And remember, right, the ordinance is an ordinance. It's a guiding principle document, but those specifics absolutely would be identified and laid out through the process for hearing, right, so that we would have the ability to go back and analyze and look at these projects as they're building out and making sure we're capturing that.
And then when we talk about impact area, if there's a large-scale development that's next to an existing community, farming community, whatever it is, that would be where they would do or focus some of their recharge or from the replenishment program would be in the areas that would be impacted, not just to the benefit of theirs?
Yeah, so that's addressed in the language change that we suggested in our staff recommendation about the impact area. So when we say impact area, it means hydrogeologically, what area are you impacting by taking this water out of the ground potentially?
So we don't just say any drop of water we can replenish in Madera County is a benefit. We say, no, you're taking from here, it needs to be replenished here.
Right. Yeah, and this was meant to dovetail with the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. Those plans will be done on a sub-basin level, but some sub-basins like the Madera sub-basin are very large, and so that's why we thought that language was a very good add-on, the impact area, the immediate area that is impacted.
Well, I got to tell you again, those are my questions, but this was a very big lift, and the work product that came out of your office is something to be proud of. I think this is something that, if it passes today, which I hope it does, that we can hang our hat on and say, we're tackling these things head on and making sure that we're keeping a sustainable water, groundwater aquifer for all of our residents, those new and that were here before.
That wasn't included.
Supervisor Wheeler?
Yeah, thank you. Probably not good as they have a moratorium on drilling wells, but this gets us to a point where we can have a little control over this. On any of these developments, when we're developing, converting rangeland, will any of this fall under that, or is it just totally houses?
Yeah, can you answer that? Yeah, so that's why it's called the large-scale development. So large-scale developments are defined in the code, in the California Code, as housing developments that are subject to SB 610 and to water supply assessments, essentially. So no, it wouldn't. Were you talking about conversion to agricultural, to planted crops? Or are you talking about rangeland being converted to homes?
Converting, the rangeland, grazing land over to whatever kind of crop. That's what I was.
This ordinance wouldn't address that, no.
Okay. And then
But-
second, go ahead. No, go ahead.
I would just say to add on just slightly to that, right? Because the Sigma process, which obviously Julia is a key point on that and run a point on that, that is going to certainly discuss and address that. And one of the key facets of the ordinance is language that's been placed in there that Sigma and any implementing documents are the guiding force. If there's a discrepancy or between this ordinance and anything that the board is going to adopt as part of the Sigma process, that Sigma process is going to drive and govern. And so just to expand on that slightly.
Okay. Then on that page you said you're going to have experts, determine how much and what have you on the water usage and if they were doing it or not. Have we started also in that process to come up with a dollar amount or a penny amount, whatever it's going to be per acre foot or per gallon, like when this whole Gunner thing started 4 or 5 years ago, they offered that .0005 cents a gallon of anything they overdrafted.
Yeah.
And we didn't vote for that because we don't know what those numbers might be.
Right.
And so we really need to start, when you say the experts, start figuring that out, because this is going to come up on us probably shorter than time than we think it's going to be. And and then also any of these decisions that you guys are working out with these developers and stuff, I want to make sure that we don't sign any off before it comes to the board, and let us see what they contain, what they are going to be about, and what have you, because I don't take no chance of something slipping under the cracks here and we get screwed over. So
do you
very
want us
important
to respond to that, or?
Yeah, if you want to.
So the first item, as far as the dollar amount that we'll spend, so we purposely didn't assign a dollar amount in this ordinance because we felt like.
No, I agree on that.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, because
We don't want it
water is
set in
going to get
stone.
more expensive, and was that? I'm sorry.
We don't want that set in stone, something
Right.
like this, and then we find out it's instead of 005, it's.
Yeah, and we also
Five.
have more people. I like to say we have more people at the table now, right? We have the same amount of water, more people at the table with the Sigma regulation. Now we have groundwater sustainability agencies in addition to just the water districts and the irrigation districts. Mind you, not all water districts have surface water supplies or surface water contracts.
Right.
So now they'll be in line, and so will the counties. So we've got more people, same amount of food to eat, and more people at the table. So that makes, as you know, supply and demand makes things more expensive. So that's why we didn't put a dollar amount. And maybe we're not out buying water every time. Maybe we're widening a canal. Maybe we're building a turnout off the Madera Canal.
Yeah.
Lots of different things that cost different amounts of money that you solve problems in different ways.
But also, though, if we do have those dollars that we are collecting, it can help a project like that.
Yes.
Ponding basins, widening
Right.
a canal, or putting a canal in, whatever it is.
Yes.
So we can interchange with the MID in some of the places it's not covered, that if we had a canal going in different areas of this county that we could cover.
Yeah, and then I'll address your second comment about these things being negotiated. So the way that I think this will be taken forward is that it will be a condition of approval. So staff will offer something, working with the supervisors, we'll bring it to you, and it will be a condition of approval for the project if this body chooses to accept it.
Yeah, we don't have to just accept every development as it comes in.
Right. I just want to make sure we're covered like we did Gunners. I mean, it came to us 4 times, and this is a result of those 4 times and the lawsuit afterwards. So.
And the fact of the matter is, there might not be a solution to every
exactly
lack of balance.
Exactly.
It's not an easy problem to solve. You might not be able to get surface water to that project. You might not be able to recharge in that area. There are a lot of factors to consider. So not everything can just be wrapped up with a bow because of this ordinance.
Yeah, well, I want to thank you guys, the Farm Bureau, and the MID and everybody else for working this, because this is something we have talked about at least 5 or 6 years. That
Right.
they
Supervisor
were
Rogers.
saying, so.
Yeah, I want to thank staff. Excellent document. And also I want to thank Supervisor Frazier, who had a lot of input in this initially as well. He put a lot of work in and his back into this. I agree with a couple of the very basic principles of what's going on here, and that one is the basis of any fee would have to be floating. It could not be something that is established. We could end up in a world like water world where every drop of water is precious, and we're almost there now. But and as far as development of rangeland, for those that think they might possibly escape the long arm of sustainable yield, they're kidding themselves. It's going to affect all of us, and sustainable yield will be the order of the day, and it will impact everything we do in this valley. It's one of the big reasons for the San Joaquin Valley Water Infrastructure Authority and our attempt to build Temperance Flat Dam to offset those problems that are coming down the pike as a result of that sustainable yield. And there's wide discussion concerning distribution of water to wide areas, and I think it's brought us all together, really, more than separated us in many respects. Those who are sitting out there on the sidelines separated from this discussion are going to find themselves very alone, because the majority have come together to discuss these problems, and especially concerning large development. I like the concept that even what we consider quote-unquote smaller development has to reach that sustainable yield as well, because this would lead us to the process of piecemeal development, and where a company could come in and develop under 500 homes over and over and over again, and the result is the same as a large development. And so it's very important that covered that as well. One of the other concepts that I really think was important, and Brett kind of emphasized that earlier, this is a very important part of the document, was historical use not being used as a tool, and for the very simple reason that what is the basis for that? I mean, if they're overusing, we're going to be glad that they're suddenly using what everybody else is using. It just makes no sense not to establish a basis in fact. And so the basis in fact is, if you take water out of the ground, you got to put that much back, and that period. Proximity to recharge, super important, because basins are different in different locations. And I know there's a lot of talk about exchange of opportunity when someone owns a piece of land over here and just want to fallow that land, get credit for using over here. I think it's going to have to be in proximity. It's going to have to, because there's a big difference when you talk about areas like the ranchos where the water is so particular and you've got a cone of depression there, very serious situation with various elements and all of this. Recharge is very important to that region in a way that might not be as important, and I don't mean that to belittle recharge in any area, but I'm saying it's critical there where it might not be as critical in some other zone. So the zone of benefit for that recharge is a necessary element of this document. I think you've covered all the bases pretty well. Thank you, and thank you for the outreach. Unprecedented, really, the outreach on these water issues. Julia, you've done a fantastic job there. Thank you.
Okay.
I wasn't alone.
Let's take it out to the public comment. Name and address, sir.
What did we forget?
Dale Drozen, Fresno County. I just want to know if there's a couple of more ordinances coming to cover the things like the Austin Quarry and the crop changes that Wheeler was talking about. Is that in the pipeline to go along with this?
I don't think that would be part of this discussion. That's not. They're not a major water user.
Anybody else? Jay?
Hi, Jay Mahill, Madera County Farm Bureau President. First of all, I wanted to thank staff on working with the Farm Bureau and some of the other water agencies on this regulation ordinance. I know Julia, Matt, and even Norm Allender spent a lot of time kind of massaging the language and getting us where we've gotten today. Again, thanks to Brett. I know we spent a lot of time wrestling this thing out, and I think we finally got a document that's got some merit. Like I've told staff, I've told Brett as well, I think this is kind of the placeholder until SGMA is implemented, and I think SGMA is going to be a lot more stringent than what we're proposing here, but we had to start somewhere. So one last thing was, apologize for kind of throwing the recharge in the impacted areas language in, late in the game, but I kind of overlooked that, and when I was looking the document over this morning, it caught my eye, and I wanted to get that in there as well, just because of the sub-basins are so large, kind of like mention was made, if the impact is happening in the ranchos and the recharge is happening towards the west side of the valley, it's not the same, even though it's the same sub-basin. So I think that's a very important fact to have in the language. Again, like I said, this is just this is a starting point. This is not, the done deal, but I think it's something for us to get going with and move forward. But again, SGMA is going to be probably the more stringent law that everybody's going to have to abide by, no matter which industry or trait that you come from. So I appreciate everybody's help in this, and I'm glad we're moving in the right direction. So I don't know if there's any questions.
Thank you, Jay. I appreciate your leadership in that.
Thank you, Jay. Anybody else? If not, we'll bring it back to the board for a motion.
I'd love to move to waive the first reading and set the second hearing for August 22nd with the amendments that we discussed today.
Second.
Call for the vote. Supervisor Frazier?
Yes.
Supervisor Rogers?
Yes.
Supervisor Wheeler?
Yes.
Supervisor Poitras?
Yes.
Supervisor Rodriguez?
Yes.
Vote passes 5-0.
We got irrigation districts, Farm Bureau, Building Industry Association, and residents all on the same page with one ordinance. I think that, honestly, deserves a round of applause. Good job, everybody.
They're not clapping out there.
I know.
Well, it's not a happy day, but it's...
we just made a pretty big regulation.
Yeah, it's not a happy dance, but it's, we've got to do it.
6C, Community and Economic Development Department, Planning Division. Hearing to introduce an ordinance amending Chapter 16.06 of the Madera County Code to confirm that the County of Madera shall be the sole entity to prepare and contract for environmental impact reports, as well as any project-related water supply assessments. Waive the reading and set the public hearing for August 22nd, 2017.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Matt Trieber, Planning Director again, with this time with Jamie Bax, Senior Planner. This is another follow-up item to the item we just had. Part of the settlement agreement between Gunner Ranch West, the county, and the Farm Bureau was to update our ordinance, really in a lot of ways to reflect our current practice and slightly expand on that. Currently, environmental impact reports always have been and are prepared solely by the county and our staff. We do an RFQ for a request for qualifications and a request for proposal, and we select those, and the developer has no say whatsoever on that. What the ordinance amendment does is expand that, clarify that that's what we are doing, but also include water supply assessment preparation to be done in the same fashion. So no longer can a developer submit a water supply assessment for our review. That's not to say that the county, when we have had these projects with water supply assessments, it is still on the county, and we still do a technical review historically on that. But what this does is codify it, and we're the driver on that bus and preparing those documents. So available for any questions you might have.
Supervisor Rogers? Yeah, I think it's the only way to do it, because anything less is the fox guarding the hen coop, and we have to be in control of the conversation on that. It puts us in the driver's seat. This does not preclude applicants from having input on the process. They have their ability to make their statements and argue points and hire outside resources to do that. But I do believe that the county needs to retain the ability to drive this, and I think you've done a good job on that. Thank you.
At the cost of the developer.
At the cost of the developer, right?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Always.
Any more comments from the board? If not, we'll take it off to the public. Further comment from the public? Bring it back for motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
Call for the vote. Supervisor Rogers?
Yes.
Supervisor Wheeler?
Yes.
Supervisor Poitras?
Yes.
Supervisor Frazier?
Yes.
Supervisor Rodriguez?
Yeah.
Vote passes 5-0.
Again, thank you, guys.
Good work.
Excellent, Matt.
Thank you.
7D, Treasurer Tax Collector Department, discussion and consideration of entering into an agreement with Airbnb for voluntary collection and remittance of transient occupancy taxes in unincorporated areas of Madera County at a rate of 9% effective October 1st, 2017.
Hi. Good afternoon, Board. Substitute CAO, Adrian. Hi, nice to see you. Anyway, this is a voluntary collection agreement with Airbnb. We've been working on it for several months now, we, meaning Cindy and County Council. And what this will allow is Airbnb to collect the 9% through their platform when they rent a house for somebody. Okay? So right now they don't collect it. Just like VRBO, Flip Key, HomeAway, whatever. So none of those have come to the table, but Airbnb has. Airbnb said that with this agreement, they will send us money that they collect on the owner's behalf for rentals, for short-term rentals. So 8 other counties are doing this right now. As you know, we did hire Host Compliance a couple of months ago. We've been doing a lot of research. We've been finding not a lot of people that were not in compliance, but we have been sending out some enforcement letters, probably about 150 enforcement letters that we have found where people were advertising on Airbnb, VRBO, Flipkey, or HomeAway, whatever their advertising platform was, and we've been sending notices to the property owner. Of course, that's our connection, right? Is the property owner. That is who's responsible. The property owner is a responsible party for making sure that their taxes are billed and collected. For Airbnb, their voluntary collection agreement, they will not collect the 2% TBID, Tourism Business Improvement District, that was passed. I don't know why they can't change the 9 to the 11, but they said they can't. We've spoken to Rhonda at Yosemite Sierra Visitors Bureau, and she didn't feel that we should hold up this agreement in the event it does generate some general fund money because of their 2%. And she felt confident that through our other outreach and efforts of enforcement that we will find the homeowners that are not in compliance, and then we can go from there to get their additional 2%.
Rather get the 9 than the 2. It's better than...
Yeah. So she was really gracious, I thought, by saying that go ahead, get your 9% if you can, see what's out there. So anyway, that's why we're bringing it to you. So it's not a cost to the county, and it will likely generate some general fund revenues. We don't know exactly how much, but they won't put it on their advertising platform without this collection agreement in place. Any questions?
Supervisor Wheeler?
Yeah, I got a couple. Why don't we just change it to them to make it 11% and don't say nothing about BID, and then we take out the 2% when it gets here?
Cindy, you want to address that since you've been talking to them? They won't do it. They want our ordinance for 9.
They don't know that.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, we'll make a contract with them for 11% for our TOT. Yeah, just tell them it's 11%.
And that was a
a point that we were trying to get across to them, but it's something that other counties are also working against with them. And some counties don't do the BID, so we could take it back to them and say, hey, our board will not pass this, but we're trying to collect what we can.
Right. Well, I think it would be take a different approach. Just say, look, our TOT is 11%. What we do with that other 2% is another business. And some counties, like you say, don't collect that, don't have it. But some counties are collecting 15% TOTs. So there's no set number. So the 9% is the number we gave them. So tell them the board revoted, now it's 11%, and we take the 2%.
But wouldn't they have to break down on their what they're collecting for? So if they TOT, and someone makes a statement that says, well, no, their TOT is only 9%, you collected 11%. Does that put us into some kind of liability for making them collect something that?
Well, we've been truthful with the Airbnb representatives about how simple to us that concept is for collection. Right. Otherwise, we have to go through other means, and there's pushback, and so it's a bit of take it or leave it with Airbnb, and we've tried to negotiate that point a few times with them to no avail.
The other question I have is, so they've got all these registrations from people that have Airbnbs, whether they're registered with us or not, right?
Repeat that. What was your question?
The Airbnb corporation, how they work, they've got people. That's how our company that we hired are finding these people does not have a license in Madera County.
Correct.
Okay, so are they going to collect from those people? And if they are going to collect from those people that haven't got a business license, are they going to send that money to us?
Airbnb?
Yeah.
Okay, Airbnb, once we put this agreement into play, yes, they will collect our 9% on their platform through their rental agreement with their property owner or property management. What we are doing is with the owner is we are saying if when you send in your quarterly report, we're modifying our quarterly statement,
right,
and you have received rental amounts from Airbnb, you must include your remittance advice from Airbnb to justify and to verify that, yes, in fact, Airbnb has collected X number of dollars on your behalf.
Okay, but what I'm talking about, the ones that we have not got business license from, that's not paying us, don't get that paper from us, because they have identified, last time you said you sent out 135 letters.
Right.
You identified about 190 people. Okay, now those people are not registered with us. What is Airbnb going to do with those people when they say, now that you're registered with us, you're going to collect the 9%? Are they going to give us that 9%? Are they going to keep it? Where's that money? And how do we do that?
Well, I think that's part of the beauty, I believe, about us focusing on the property owner.
Right.
So if the property owner is giving us their quarterly statement, because there's not just Airbnb.
I don't care about those.
I know, but what I'm getting to is that if the property owner says that they collected $10,000 worth of TOT and whatever, and then they say, well, Airbnb collected some on our behalf. So it'll be one or the other, because don't forget, it's not just Airbnb that's out there with an advertising platform, VRBO and these other ones too. For the other platforms, we go directly to the property owner. So the thing is, the property owner won't be in business for short-term rentals if they are charging the people that are renting it twice, essentially, right? So I think it'll self-correct.
I'm still.
Add to that, Chairman, may I add to that? So if there are some property owners that do not have business license with the county.
That's the ones I'm looking at.
But they are advertising and collecting from people through Airbnb.
Well, probably not collecting, see. But now that Airbnb, if we do this contract with Airbnb will be collecting it, and they don't have a license with us.
Right, but that's not Airbnb's problem. What they will do, Airbnb will still remit the TOT to the county, and then we will use our other contractor, what is that called? Host compliance to try to match up.
And now we'll
match up these individuals, because now we'll know we won't have
if there's someone that's out that doesn't have a business license with us, but since Airbnb collected the tax and remitted on their behalf, and they don't have a business license, then we can go say, you need a business
Guess
license.
what? That's the ones I'm asking about.
Yes. That's the enforcement letters we're doing.
Right. But there could be more, though, than those. Those guys are out there trying to find this stuff. But Airbnb might have some that maybe that they might even miss. So if they collect this money from Joe Blow and when they send us that money, then we'll go after them and say, hey, you owe us a business license plus 2%?
Right. And, business license, and you have to sign up as an operator.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Sign up, and then we could go back and say they collected $10,000. I'm just giving that a number. And this last quarter or yearly. How are they going to pay us? They going to pay us monthly, quarterly, or yearly?
It's a quarterly return.
Okay, so quarterly they collect $10,000 for 9%. So do we go back now? We find out this Joe Blow hasn't been paying it, and they don't have a business license. So now do we go back and say, now you owe us $2,000 because you didn't collect the 2% on that $10,000?
Right. No, we're not heading that way. We're not going to do that. Only just because if you've ever rented anything, you know you pay for it way ahead.
Right.
I just didn't think it would be fair, but what do I.
But I'm saying that these people have been getting away with it, keep it in their pocket, and now they got caught.
And now they got caught. Now we're catching them. Exactly.
So we just take it from this point on. Say,
from this point on,
you owe us 2%.
Yeah, some of the counties they had. I don't know, what do they call it? Like an amnesty or something from this point going forward. Like Sonoma County. Sonoma County, for instance, they did a 2018 election in Sonoma County, and they went from 9% to 12%. Their vacation area hotel motels, they voted for it, which was good. They should have.
Right, yeah.
And so they, but they have everybody that had already been on the books before January 1st or July 1st, whatever it was. They paid at that rate, and then from July 1st on, they're paying.
Okay, after you sent those letters out, I got 2 calls the same day.
Yeah.
It's really weird. And so I told them, and I thought you said that day, that we won't penalize them if they'll go ahead and get down here and sign up and start. They said they never even collected it. So.
And they probably
whether they did or not, I don't know. I didn't get into that. I don't even care. But and I don't know if they come. I can give you the name later. I don't want to do it on here.
Yeah, they've come in.
If they come in and signed up yesterday, and they've been written for a year, are you going after taxes back then?
No.
That's what I told them we wouldn't do. So okay, that's good. Thank you.
I think Tracy, I think if you just work forward instead of going back, I think you get more cooperation from the property owners that rent.
Well, we're doing all the enforcement, and it's a lot of work. Yeah. And, so it's been a lot, it's been very time consuming. So, it took us 4 months to get here with this.
Right.
So, so we're doing the best we can, but, we're getting a lot of compliance, frankly. We're getting a lot of compliance.
They said they would. I told them, I gave them the numbers. I said, call them and get signed up, and you can go forward.
In fact, we are working with planning now to where they give them the business license number or something when they're, because the business license has to go through the planning department. You remember Matt Trieber from before? And so anyway, we're working together on that. So when they come in, they can...
Yeah, if I could just piggyback a little bit. Yeah, we've seen a lot of activity coming in based off of all the hard work Tracy and her staff done on sending out those letters. Right. We're probably getting 30 to 40 business licenses coming in weekly. And if they don't have their TOT, right, we are sending it to them. They have to submit that TOT form to us before we process that. So we've been working hand in hand on that and have had good reception from the public on trying to get compliance through the process.
So one thing about it, they thought that we were the only county doing that. Both these people called, and I said, look, This is happening all over the United States. This is not even Madera County. So you're not going to get away with it. And she said, well, I can go to Fresno and do it. And I said, no, you can't. You're going to pay it in Fresno. You're going to pay it in New York City. I guarantee you.
Right. So anyway, I'm really looking forward to. I'm encouraged to see how much money is generated. I did print out just for our last quarter payments, just the quarterly payment, the 9% was 1.1 million. That is to the county, right? This same quarter last year was 850,000. So from last year to this year, and of course our 9% has not changed. You know, we haven't changed that for years and years and years.
We should have shut that industry down.
Brett, shush, huh?
Awesome.
Yeah,
sorry,
that was last
was
meeting.
that?
But anyway, so we've gotten over $300,000 that was remitted just to us for the same quarter this year compared to last
See, we done one of those studies, and we hired a guy to do it, and it worked out. Look at the money we're bringing in.
I know, huh?
Yeah, Regina, is there any way, do you think it's possible to change it to 11% with Airbnb to make that work? You went on the discussions. I mean, I don't want to let that get away if it's possibly we could do that.
If it's possible, we'll bring back an amendment. And if you'd like us to try again, after having spoke to the board and hearing their concerns, we can approach them with another request.
Okay.
I just had one question. I know at one point Airbnb was just going to collect everything and give it in one lump sum payment. Do they break it down by parcel now or no?
Nope.
Nope. So that's still.
It's one big payment.
And then we track that down.
And then we'll go. That's why we want.
And then that's why they do the remittance every quarter.
Right. That's why we're going to require the homeowner, if they're receiving money from Airbnb, to attach that remittance advice with their quarterly payment.
Okay.
Perfect.
All right.
If Airbnb collects money and doesn't pay it, they're in trouble with the law.
Big time. They would be.
That's embezzling. Yeah. So, Red, did you want to say something?
No, that was my question.
Okay.
So let's take care of.
Okay, let's go to public.
Dale Drozen, Fresno. When Airbnb pays, do they give a list of who they collected from? It's one check, but is there a list of every place they collected?
No, they won't do that.
We just do that.
They want to be. Yeah, they want to.
That's why she's got to do that.
We asked that.
That was just answered.
Get ready for this. I like Wheeler's idea, but yeah.
Damn you, hey!
Today is a day of building bridges. This is amazing.
No.
But here comes a but.
Yeah. If you're going to do it, actually vote to raise the TOT to 11, and then in the ordinance put that you're going to take 2% of that and give to the other. Don't just. Well, let's tell them that we're going to do that.
It has to be a 218.
You actually have to do it. Make it 11%. And then you can have another ordinance that says 2% of
goes to the BID.
Yeah, just enough shady stuff going on.
We can't, because it has to be a 218 election.
Right.
So even though it's money that we don't bill and collect specifically for us, they have to vote on it, and they voted
People
it down.
get to vote.
We had a
We lost the 218?
We lost the 218. But but anyway, we're trying to be.
We just said.
I move we approve
Okay, let's
7D.
bring it back to the board for a motion.
I move we approve 7D.
Second.
Call for the vote. Supervisor Wheeler?
Yes.
Supervisor Frazier?
Yes.
Supervisor Poitras?
Yes.
Supervisor Rodriguez?
Yes.
Supervisor Rogers?
Yes.
Vote passes 5-0.
Thank you, Tracy, Cindy, Regina, whoever else worked on it.
Dale.
This is so, I just think it's really going to help our situation with these businesses. So.
7E, Treasurer Tax Collector Department, discussion and consideration of entering into an agreement for collection of taxes and special contractual assessments between the County of Madera and the California Municipal Finance Authority.
Good afternoon, Tracy Kennedy, Madera County Treasurer again. What this is the City of Madera brought this to us. They want us to go ahead and approve a collection agreement. They want to market this product to the city of Madera, only city parcels. And in order to do that, they have to have this collection agreement approved by the Board of Supervisors. As I understand it, they have not marketed it to anybody in the city yet, this group. And so that's why we were here. As you know, we do all the billing and collection for all property taxes, city.
Are you okay with this?
Well, it's for the city.
Is it just another line item?
It's another line item on their tax bill. And, they're supposed to be the disclosures and, to the taxpayer. And depending on how much it is, it may or may not raise their house payment. So I don't know that with it, our only role is to have the board approve it on behalf of the city of Madera so that this company, whatever it is here,
like with
Municipal Finance.
Like with MID, when we put that on there and we presupposed that there was going to be some extra work out of your office answering questions, would we be able to bill back City of Madera, this California Municipal Finance Authority, if need be?
Yes, we have built in a little bit of a reimbursement here with this contract because it took a lot of review, and this is what Maria Miranda was doing, right? And then somehow I got volunteered for it, and here we are. And yeah. So here we are, and here Cindy, she did all most of the grunt work, but this is just another one of those. It's a PACE provider, right? These are PACE providers, and so what they do, and you know how the system works, is the company goes out and they say, we'll put dual pane windows in your house, we'll put solar on your roof, we'll put whatever it is at your house, and it'll be $20,000 or $30,000. You pay us 6 or 8% interest, and we will put your annual payment on your tax bill, and it will be collected through your property tax bill. At the end of the year, it'll be apportioned, it goes back to the company, and hopefully all is well.
The City of Madera approved this PACE program, so we need to collect it if people entered into the agreement.
Right.
We've done this on another one of them before,
we did,
right?
yes. Golden.
Move to approve.
I got a question.
Tracy, does it increase your workload at all?
Only if they go delinquent, and then, of course, reviewing all of it to bring it to you today.
Okay.
Did. But as far as the detail work, only if it goes delinquent does it make it very difficult.
You're saying that there isn't that much. You don't have that many delinquencies in a year's time.
We've only had really the delinquencies have not been bad. We've only done this last 3 years, and probably we only had 4 parcels that might have been delinquent, 4 or 5.
No problem.
Mac.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I got some question on. You got number 2 on page 2. You got the collection fee in there, and 60 cents per parcel. That don't sound like much, and the fee of $23.56 if they have to do any changes. And then on the item number 10, it says modification of collection fees and charges. Neither one of them don't have anything in there. The cost of living. I mean, I know this money is set here now. You got a dollar amount set in here. If you got a dollar amount set in there, and we have no future time that's gonna more work for you and stuff, we need at least a cost of living in there. I think in one of those 2 places, either number 2 or number 10, to cover us for future deal. I have no problem with this at all, just like we did the other one. But we're not going to get away. We're not doing contracts no more, if you guys remember. I don't care what it is, without a cost of living clause in it.
Tom is correct. We have said that.
I think there is there's an area in here we can go ahead and we can modify or increase.
I couldn't find it nowhere in there. I went through it pretty good the first time. The second time I just glanced at it, but I didn't see no place in there where it said a cost of living.
Because it's annually, so we can, if we decide that we need more money or something annually,
But if we
before
don't put
July
that in there,
11th.
that language in there, the next city councilman will say, hell, they didn't put it in there, they can't raise this.
Well,
Right?
you know, Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to mention that item number 12, it does say that the agreement shall continue from year to year and shall be subject to cancellation by either party by giving written notice to any party. So it does give an opportunity to, you know, increase that fee if we need to.
It does, but that's the reason I said that a new council comes in there, this council agrees to this, a new council comes in there and say, oh, the county now wants to do a cost of living. We got a contract here that says, why do we want to change that? If we have it in there already in there, it's covered. It's covered our butts so that we don't have to go into no negotiations because it's already in there that we got a cost of living deal in there. You got one in there, Cindy?
There is. On number 10, were you looking at number 10?
Yeah.
Okay. So
Modification?
So what it is a lot of this work is done by the auditor's office. So when they put all of the information on the tax roll, their fee schedule changes every year. So even for this one, I had to get an updated fee schedule from them.
Right.
And so that kind of pertains to that. And then we also had another area where
But if you put on that, actually not pick 10, if you put it on the end of that, say, this includes the cost of living increase if it does go up.
Okay.
I mean, this just reserves the right to do any of that stuff. If you have that in there so it's spelled out. We've got stuck on this ever since I've been on this board on special districts and everything else, so we don't have that kind of language in there. And I just don't want to have us do anything with that kind of language that's not covered us.
I think that's a good idea, and maybe we can, don't we have periodic meetings with the City of Madera, City of Chowchilla, other entities maybe?
Yeah, we're trying to now.
Maybe we should let them know that if they have a contract that has to be approved by the County of Madera Board of Supervisors, that we require certain elements in that contract. We require a cost of living, which is probably a good idea for them as well. We require whatever it might be, just so that they're not, kind of blindsided.
Well, that's the reason I like it on here, so that just say, hey, that's the only modification we got. We're totally 100% for this. Just put it in there, and I don't think they're not going to object to that. I mean, they got to cover their rear, too, and their cost.
Yeah, I wouldn't see that they would object to that.
Well, it already says it in 10 anyway. I mean, it talks about any increase or decrease in change shall be given by the county to the authority, and it in proportion to the changes in costs. I mean, changes in costs, that's...
And our cost of living. Just put that in there.
Correct. And I think, too, we had commented on item 12, term of the agreement annually. Yeah. And 10 increases or decreases, because the auditor, we probably have, 100 different direct charges that go on the tax bill. It's from general obligation bonds to landscaping to this to whatever.
Paying for us.
And, and so what they do is they charge every entity that sends them a list of requesting direct charges. They let them know, and it happens before August 10th. Because it needs to be done well in advance of our property tax bills. So the auditor then lets them know what the current charges for putting anything on the tax bill is. So anyway, whatever the board's pleasure.
Dave, you want to take that? Yeah, I just thought my thinking. I agree with Tom. CPI is important for one reason. In everything when we do that, not only cover our costs, but there would be an inordinate amount of time spent researching all the places we didn't do it if we didn't build that into our contracts. Where do we need to update this year? You know what I'm saying?
I agree.
It's an inordinate amount of time put into that. So I think doing it up front initially is just real important. And if it's made clear, then it's made clear. And we can just put that language in there.
So then
let's take it out to the public. Let's move on.
Dale Drosen, Fresno. First, cost of living increase needs to go in everything we do. Yeah. Second, it's a really scary program. I've got a friend losing his house in Fresno. He's not mad at the contractor that put the stuff in or mad at Fresno City. He's mad at Fresno County because his tax bill went up so much he can't afford his house anymore. This isn't being disclosed to people when they get new windows, they get new insulation, they get new roof, they get all of these improvements on their house, and it's not going to cost them a penny. And then there's $500-600 on their tax bill. Exactly. And there's the same problem when you sell a house. They're not disclosing that this is on the tax bills. They say, here's your tax bill, and they don't explain it to them, and it hits them. So that's going to put us in a bad light with everybody that's getting hit hard with it, the county.
Yeah, it'd be the city, it's not the county.
Yeah, but it's on a county tax bill.
Yeah, and we've vetted this one out. We didn't even allow the Y Green program to go forward in Madera County because of that very reason, Dale. Right. Is because these programs are too good to be, or seem too good to be true, and so I think that was why my question was, as the city of Madera agreed to this one. If they did, we can't be what holds up whoever is doing it. We can't make that financial determination for each client. So I still move to approve.
For a motion.
I move that we approve item 7E, which they added a cost of living item on 10 or item 2 or 10. I don't care how you incorporate it.
Yes. Second over here.
Call for the vote. Supervisor Wheeler?
Yes.
Supervisor Frazier?
Yep.
Supervisor Rogers?
Yes.
Supervisor Poitras?
Yes.
Supervisor Rodriguez?
Yes.
Vote passes 5-0.
That was simple.
Simple.
7F, Probation Department. Discussion and consideration of entering into an agreement with C5 Solutions in the amount of $7,128 for a 90-day pilot program followed by an annual agreement thereafter at the conclusion of the 90-day pilot period.
Is that turned on?
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the board. My name is Chris Childers. I'm Deputy Chief of Probation, and I'm here to answer any questions regarding our contract with C5 Solutions and their reporting tool.
Move to approve.
Second.
Call for the vote.
Public comment? Public? Bring it back. Motion? Still there. Just made.
Call for the vote. Supervisor Frazier?
Yes.
Supervisor Wheeler?
Yes.
Supervisor Rogers?
Yes.
Supervisor Poitras?
Yes.
Supervisor Rodriguez?
Yes.
Vote passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Good well done.
Good job.
Yeah.
Don't tell the chief.
Just tell Rick we grilled the heck out of you.
7G, County Administration Department. Discussion and consideration of approval of transfer of appropriations number 17-007 in the amount of $50,000. Transfer from appropriations for contingencies, general to special payments, contributions to other agencies for fiscal year 2017-2018 for the county's membership contribution to the San Joaquin Valley Water Infrastructure Authority and authorize the Auditor Controller to submit payment to the authority.
Sean Kirkpatrick with County Admin. So it's $50,000 for contribution to the San Joaquin Valley Water Infrastructure Authority. And are there any questions?
I'd like to just make a quick comment on that. I sit as our representative on that board, and we knew going into the Infrastructure Authority that there'd probably be an additional year of dues. Everybody's paying that. It's what's taking care of the application, which will be presented to the State Water Commission on August 14th.
Wow.
The application is outstanding. It's been had the input of both disadvantaged communities, tribes, 5 counties, and multiple water districts have been involved. The delivery program had the input of a lot of technical advisors, including all the water districts. It's an outstanding application and very, very probably the greatest chance we have at getting Temperance Flat Dam in place to salvage an annual loss of 500,000 acre-feet of water every year through flood releases. Not natural flows, through flood releases.
This year alone, we will lose 2.5 million acre feet. And we continue, there's water continuing to go out the system because the snowpack was 200% and it hasn't completely melted yet. So we're probably going to see water releases all the way through to October. And there may be snow still in the hills when that finishes, which is absolutely remarkable. Thank God for this year. It's been a fantastic year. So,
Supervisor Frazier?
Yeah, I just,
hey, never mind.
So if we do get it built and we're able to hold that water behind, obviously we're paying $50,000, Fresno's paying $50,000, everyone's paying the same amount of money to get this thing going. Are we going to have to share the water equally, or do we get more?
Depends who pays for it when they build it.
The water, behind the dam, we're the origin source, us in Fresno County.
Right.
Do we have what kind of
buy-in?
What kind of certainty do we get for increased water?
This is going to benefit the users of Madera County. The Madera Irrigation District, CWD, is also a partner in that. The users in general. There's going to be a benefit to groundwater recharge through the system. We're going to see the benefits economically as well as sustainable yield for the GS.
I think the question is everybody paying the same amount of money?
Yes, everybody's paying the same amount of money, and it's going to benefit us all equally in that regard. This will not ensure water delivery to Madera County or Fresno or anywhere else. What this does is it's part of our effort to I'm trying to think of the word, maybe Julia can help me, but the program, the delivery system program that they have developed as part of the application, programming is going to be a very important part of that, which tells us exactly where the water is going to go and who gets that.
And the users will be paying. The one users will be paying for it.
Well, there'll be a point at which
$50,000 is nothing.
Right. This is just our part to help promote it. But there's going to be a point at which the San Joaquin Valley Water Infrastructure Authority will actually be done away with. It'll go. Not necessarily done away with, it'll subjugate its responsibility to an investor group who will become a new JPA, and they will, the investors in the system will have will sign the contract for the $1 billion that's going to come from Prop 1, and then they're going to go after more federal funding. So this is just all part of the process. Julia, go ahead.
Supervisor Wheeler?
Yeah, there's a couple of things. How many entities are paying this now, Dave?
There are a total of 11.
11? Okay,
I think it's 10. I think they just added.
10, and
Friant just added.
I'm including Friant in that because I think Friant's going to come on board. So they're all paying.
They pull it out and then they come back, I guess, huh?
No, they never were a member of the JPA, but they were always part of the process.
Discussion.
They were on the technical advisory and helped develop I keep using the word program, but the delivery
system and the water allocation. And
all of that. They were part of the delivery system.
And who's doing is Fresno County still running the money through them?
Yes, they're taking care of their accountant is taking care of the disbursement of the money.
I don't know if we can do it, but I'd like to get a breakdown of what they spend.
Sure.
So they've had, $50,000 from 10 of us even. That's
right.
We have that.
We have all of that.
You want an audit?
Yeah, no, I know. I'd just like to see what they've been spending on.
Well, I actually have that.
Oh, you have it?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful. Can you make me a copy and get it to me? That's all I ask.
Yeah, absolutely. I have the minutes actually.
It's really simple too. It's not anything complex.
I have the minutes from the April 14th.
We all want it done.
They've got a box of napkins with different things that they've seen.
Yeah, that's what I figured. So I want to make sure. No, if you can just get it to us, do that.
Okay. There are some administrative costs. They're very lean and mean. They have Mario Santoyo as their executive. I think in April they approved hiring him as a part-time person. He does a lot of work. But most of the money has gone toward writing the application for Proposition 1. It's been about $757,000 because it's highly technical, and the state requires you to analyze many, many different ways that water can be moved through the system, and also there are certain benefits under Proposition 1 that you have to address.
Right,
One of them being climate change, which is something we've never done before. So a lot of it's kind of reinventing the wheel, and everyone's doing it together. But the question of who gets the water, from what I understand, since we are a CVP contractor, we will be at the table with everybody else. And that storage that will be developed by Temperance Flat, you'll have an opportunity to reserve your spot in that storage. And so there might be an opportunity for Madera County to, facilitate something for our growers.
Right.
If we want to do that.
Yeah, another quick thought on that. Another quick thought on that is that also $750,000 was reserved by the Bureau of Reclamation, and they put that money into helping us with our Prop 1 application, finishing up the feasibility study. Feasibility study came out very, very favorable with the programming that we've got in place.
Yes.
And Temperance Flat is probably one of the most doable projects that there has been probably ever, in my estimation. And it's the only one south of
sites.
Whatever you say, the Mason-Dixon line up there, whatever it is. Yeah, but anyway, in the southern area, it's one of our main.
Take it out to the public for public comments.
Move to approve.
Second.
Call for the vote. Supervisor Wheeler?
Yes.
Supervisor Rogers?
Yes.
Supervisor Poitras?
Yes.
Supervisor Frazier?
Yes.
Supervisor Rodriguez?
Yes.
Vote passes 5-0.
The feasibility study for that was $750,000?
No, that was just to finish up the parts of the.
7H, County Administration Department, discussion and consideration of approval to adopt a resolution recognizing the former Madera County Library located at 135 North Yosemite Avenue as a community landmark and adopting the Historical Architectural Survey Report.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the board. My name is Darren Klein with Kitchell. We run the construction projects for the General Services Department. Today I have with me Shant from Paul Lagian's office and Karana Hattersley Drayton, who has done some background investigation and historical analysis on the Old Madera Library. Before we get into her presentation,
the gentleman over here.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Andres Diaz, Paul Lagian Architects.
Oh, didn't know you were coming up. Before we get into the presentation, I just want to give you a little context. So, unique situation, as you may know, or do know, Madera County, the City of Madera, Madera Unified School District, and the Madera Arts Council have come together to look at the downtown area. Paul Lagian Architects was hired through a competitive process to look at the master planning and also look at the Old Madera Library and do a schematic design for that property, as well as looking at what's currently the DA and probation building to look at doing a performing arts center and do a conceptual design for that. So what we're here to discuss today is the schematic design process for the Old Madera Library. So with that, I will turn it over to Karana, and she can talk to you in more detail.
Good afternoon. My name is Karana Hattersley Drayton, and I am the former Historic Preservation Officer for the City of Fresno. So other than when I was here at Caltrans years ago, this is my first time back doing some research in Madera, so it's really been a pleasure to get to know a little bit more about your city. And I couldn't help noticing your Madera County seal, which has images of farming, but an image of a historic building. So naturally, I feel very welcome here, so that's very exciting.
Absolutely.
Paul Lagian has been looking at the adaptive reuse of this county library, which was built 100 years ago. And in doing that, one of the questions was, could we use the California Historical Building Code? And the building code is a much easier way to meet health and safety without with a lesser cost, but without impacting a historic building. Now, one of the issues, as you probably know, you have some amazing history here and some beautiful historic buildings, including your courthouse, which is on the National Register. So that building, should you go to do anything on your county courthouse, you may use the California Historical Building Code, but you do not have a local register, you do not have a county register. So if you want to use this expedited way to meet health and safety and save some money, how do you do it? Well, one mechanism, of course, is to put something on a national or the state register. That's expensive and time-consuming. So what we talked about, and it is a totally legitimate approach, is to do a historic survey, which we've done, and you have a copy of that. And then to ask your support in adopting a resolution that's saying, yes, we feel that this building, this local building, is indeed historically important to our community. So I'm going to show you a few pictures. I know you know your environment better than I, and then I will be happy to answer questions, and my colleague here is very happy to answer anything specific about the California Historical Building Code. I think this will work, and that's the building, 1917, the Madera County Free Library. Cool. You know your own city history better than I, but basically you're founded in 1876 as a lumber town. Fresno and, of course, Modesto were railroad towns. And if you look at that vacant parcel in the left-hand corner, that's where this building is now today. And this was, of course, a map from 1888 from the Thompson Atlas. Libraries, what can we say? Very important, became really flourished in the late 19th century and early 20th century, in part due to women's clubs, and also because of the support from various sources. And this city, very early on, established a library in 1901, and then in 1911, this body, the Madera Board of Supervisors, passed a resolution establishing a county-free library, and then under a new State Library Act, and you were the first county to do that in California. I'm trying to... Yeah. And you can see two Carnegie libraries here, because this group also decided to approach the Carnegie Foundation about funding a new building, because you had a couple of buildings that were used temporarily, and then the collection burned, et cetera, long story. And so you did work, I say you, the county's Board of Supervisors, worked with the Carnegie Corporation. The library that was designed and that was built by Coates and Traver, designed by Coates and Traver, was indeed intended to be a Carnegie library, and so therefore it has that beautiful look, symmetry, it's elegant, accessible, et cetera. But at the very last minute, the county said, this is too much work. We're kind of tired of waiting for you to approve drawings or whatever. And the county Board of Supervisors turned down the money. You raised the money yourself, and you probably know this story. It's kind of interesting. So the Coates and Traver out of Fresno, originally out of the San Francisco area, and actually both of them were roommates at University of Pennsylvania under Paul Krett, designed this building, and it was open to the public in 1917. It closed as a library, as I think you all know, in 1970. It is a beautiful building. It is in a very sedate, what we'll call Italian Renaissance revival style, but there's definite arts and crafts details. If you've looked at the building, you see those really cool sort of pendants at the corners. It really is a beautiful building, and it's in great shape. It's being looked at to be adaptively reused, as you know, to be an arts center, and we have looked at it. I'm certified as an architecture historian, looked at it, and it appears to be eligible to the National Register as well as the California Register. The proposal before you today does not put it on any register. It's just saying that we have done that evaluation, and that building is absolutely due to be on those registers if and when anyone cares to go forward. So today we are asking your support to adopt the resolution that says, yes, we feel this is an important historic resource locally, and to adopt the report that I have prepared, and I am happy to answer any other questions.
You make me feel very bad that you're just coming in and looking at our history and you know more of it than I do on that one. That was very well done.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Good job. Max, okay? I wrote down include the city, but I heard you say the Arts Council and anything else, so the city is going to be part of this when we get this all moving forward. I hope.
Yeah, as you know, we've already contributed an amount to this whole project as a whole. But the idea is that the Arts Council would host their offices in this building and also have a little galleria area for, museum type, for arts to be shown and the public to take advantage of it. Some of the overall design for the downtown master planning also incorporates this into the area right across the street. So,
Steve Rogers?
Yeah, I love the building.
I love the building. I think it's just a beautiful building, and architecture is outstanding. I mean, and unmatched in many places. I love the old look of the inside. The picture you just showed as a library when it was really a library, and just the wood floors and the whole ambiance of it. It's going to make a great venue for art and that kind of thing. I think it's going to be there a long, long time and just shine as one of our outstanding.
If I may add a comment, one of my great loves is connecting people with buildings. It's great to say, well, this building was constructed in such and such a date, and here's some historic photos. But I had the pleasure of interviewing and taping the interviews with two people who grew up on ranches here in Madera, and how important this building was to them. So, yeah.
Well, as a general contractor, my first experience with Madera County as a builder was in that building, which is odd, but that's where we housed some of our services at the time. And I just went in looking at the building when I first went in. I was just like, this is an unbelievably historical building. I mean, it's a great building. I love architecture anyway as a builder, so it needs to be preserved, it needs to be protected and used in a manner commensurate with its ambiance. And I think art is a great medium for that because it's a piece of art, definitely a piece of art.
Yes. Can we make sure that the chain link fence is not part of the historical significance, and we can get rid of that so that people can see it? Because right now it just looks like it's like you miss all the beauty of it because how quickly can we take down the chain link fence around it? And then also I just wanted to point out, we were one of the first to do, or one of the first counties to do a...
You were the first county to establish a county library under the 1911 State County Library Act.
Okay, so that's important, and we don't even have a book budget now. So I think we have to figure out, as a board, it's a different policy discussion for a different day, but let's reinvest in our library. I mean, we're the first, and we shouldn't be getting out of the books over.
I think the chairman wants to talk about some of his memories of the library.
No, Tom.
Well, I got
You're not going to mess around with the donut shop, are you?
Tom, you went to the library? Brett, to answer your
paid him to ask that.
I bet you did. Help build it. On the fencing. So with this package, once we finish the schematic design package, the Arts Council is going to use that as a tool to raise funds. And so we don't have an exact timing on when they will get their fundraising done and be able to move forward with the improvements to the building. So in a general sense,
just moves us forward.
Typically we would pull down the fence at that time, but we can look at options. I know there's some security for the parking right now that's being used by the people across the street.
Good work.
In the words of Ronald Reagan, tear down this fence.
Let's take it out to the public. We'll bring it back for motion.
I move to approve.
Second.
Call for the vote. Supervisor Rogers?
Yes.
Supervisor Frazier?
Yes.
Supervisor Poitras?
Yes.
Supervisor Wheeler?
Yes.
Supervisor Rodriguez?
Yes.
Vote passes 5-0.
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
7I, County Administration Department, Human Resources Operations Division, discussion and consideration to adopt a resolution appointing Dennis Cook as the interim public health director for title/signing purposes effective August 1st, 2017.
Move to approve.
Second.
Did you want to do public comment?
Public comment? Nobody's commenting.
Public comment?
Public comment. Yeah, public comment.
I have no public comment.
Go ahead.
Oh, no, I don't.
So we got a motion.
Okay, call for the vote. Supervisor Frazier?
Yes.
Supervisor Rogers?
Yes.
Supervisor Poitras?
Yes.
Supervisor Wheeler?
Yes.
Supervisor Rodriguez?
Yes.
Vote passes 5-0.
Sorry, Dennis.
I think maybe the people should know, maybe she was going to say that this is added duties to Dennis's regular job, and that we do compensate him for that extra work.
That is correct. On July 11th, you approved 20%.
Right. Okay. People need to know that, so.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Thank you, Dennis.
7J, County Administration Department, Human Resources Operations Division, County Administrative Officer. 1, discussion and consideration to adopt a resolution granting the County Administrative Officer the performance-based salary increase to $219,744.39 from $214,332.24 effective August 1, 2017. 2, discussion and consideration to authorize additional compensation in the amount of 10% of the annual salary of $219,744.39 pursuant to the Madera Code Section 2.60.310 in recognition of the supplemental management duties associated with the oversight of the Office of Development Services.
Move to approve.
I'll second the motion.
Well, I think we should have explanation on that, too.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of false stuff out there.
Yeah, I'd like to hear the report as well.
Okay. Sure, I'm prepared to do that. The item that's before you has 2 recommended actions, and I'd like to discuss each recommended action independently. The first recommended action is actually an action that is a follow-up from a September 2015 resolution that the board approved to provide the CAO with a retention increase. And at that point in time, the salary was increased from range 453 to range 485. And I did provide you with a copy of that resolution for your reference. And the salary had increased from $182,714 to what it is today, $214,332. And the cost of that particular item is approximately, here in this section, it is approximately $7,200 for the remainder of this fiscal year. I have reconfirmed with our Deputy CAO over Finance that yes, there are sufficient funds to cover this action. The second action is an action that is actually a follow-up to the first. If your board does choose to move forward with granting that performance-based salary increase from item number 1, I do have to say that in July, the CAO did receive a positive performance evaluation from the board. So if his salary is increased from range 485 EL10 to range 485 EL15, the next recommended action is a request to take 10% of that EL15 salary at range 485 and compensate him for additional duties that are related to the Office of Development Services. In June of 2017, the chief resigned his position, and the CAO is expected to take over the duties of that office, which encompasses 3 departments and oversight of 3 department heads. Pursuant to the code section that is referenced, the board has complete autonomy to grant additional compensation to individuals who are asked to perform duties that are outside of those that they are normally hired to perform. And in this instance, the CAO will be asked at a certain level to become a technical expert so he can oversee effectively those 3 department heads. The last thing that I'd really like to highlight is that should the board approve recommended action number 2, the overall cost savings to the county of performing this action is over $186,000. That is a significant amount of money in our budget, and it's warranted based on what's being asked of the CAO. And I'm open for any questions.
Supervisor Poitras. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On this particular item, I don't have any problem with the first item in regarding the performance-based salary increase, but I do have issues with item number 2 and I like to go into the reasons that I do. First of all, you look at Eric, and he's the CEO of the county, CAO, CEO, whatever you want to call it, and, doing a great job and so forth. But the position that he is assuming, or at least the responsibilities that he's assuming, he's always had those responsibilities as CEO because the former office or development services chief reported to him. So it's nothing new that he's not ultimately responsible for. And it's not a normal practice for a CEO in any organization to have someone leave and then a position and then leave that position open for a period of time and then get additional compensation for that. It's typically something that you do to save money or to not replace it or whatever, but it's far from a normal practice. Second of all, it's not consistent with what we do at the county. For instance, I'm referring to Mr. Cook as far as additional responsibilities he has with public health now versus the division that he oversees with behavioral health. Public health was never something that was under his auspices or part of behavioral health. This is truly additional responsibilities that he has over and above his looking at behavioral health. In this particular situation, where they're CEO, this is a direct division he's already responsible for. Third of all, I think it sets a really bad precedent because if you look at our other divisions within the county, for instance, let's say our sheriff has some key people leave the sheriff's department and he decides to wait a while before he replaces those positions. Does that mean that he deserves additional responsibility or compensation or any other individual within the county that heads up whether elected or not elected? The other thing is what happens if others leave? What if, and I'm not saying they should leave, they're all doing a great job, but what if the head of our IT department decides to leave? What if the head of our HR decides to leave? What if our deputy CAO decides to leave and we decide, or our CEO decides to leave these positions open? If we approve this particular increase, then by all rights, we should increase his salary even more to compensate for those positions and the oversight that he'll have on those until they're replaced. And it just comes down, it just sends a terrible message, I believe, to the county and to the public when, I believe that we're stepping way out beyond what we should be doing for a CEO. And I'd like to add that Eric did not ask for this increase. This is something that has come up independent of him because I believe that Eric expects, as the CEO, and to wait a while to replace this position. Again, he never asked for this increase. So I think that we really need to think twice about item number 2. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Supervisor Wheeler?
Yeah, thank you. Well, the reason this came up, so everybody knows that we're not trying to do this behind somebody's back or anything else. When this position did come open, we sat down and decided whether we were going to recruit, move up, or what have you. So we decided we'd kind of keep it status quo for around 6 months to see how it worked, and we asked Eric if he would oversee it to not only save the money, but to see if that's the route we wanted to go. And this goes away if we decide to do any kind of changes, leave it like it is, this probably might go away, or if we decide to go ahead and make that position available again, this goes away. This is not set in stone like this is forever. Just like Mr. Cooks or the one following that, the Mary Sorrero, how do you say it? Those go away when we fill those positions. We did this on purpose when the gentleman retired or left us, and we wasn't sure how we wanted to handle those departments. And we all agreed, I thought, that we were going to try this and that we should compensate him for it, because it is added duties. When Rob was saying that he was doing this already, he was doing it already, but he was doing it as that person come in and said, hey, I want to change this, I want to change that, what have you. Now, he's got to make those decisions. If some of his staff comes to him that's under him and say, hey, we want to maybe move this around, change that part, or whatever, he's got to make that decision. Before, it went through the other gentleman, and then he would bring it to, after he vetted it all out amongst, especially with HR and with our the staff members who was involved, then he would make that decision to bring it to the board or not after they made their study. Now he's got to make that decision. He has nobody that's going to be doing that. So it is added deals compared to what he was doing, because he had a person that was in charge of that. So that's the reason I thought when we all discussed this, that this would be the way that we could make it work, and how much money we're saving. A lot of money. This position pays, what does this position pay regularly?
This position pays, I have it right here, it is...
160?
It's 14,000. It was actually over $14,000 a month, close to 15 grand a month is what that position paid, plus the salary
benefits. So this is a small amount of dollars that we're going to be paying that. I mean, it's $21,000 a year. So I think that's the way I figured my numbers were. He's going to get compensated for taking on this added duty if it goes a year. I'm not saying it's going to go a year. We don't even know that, because we don't know how this is going to work. We're trying to shuffle this out rather than just jump out there and try to hire another person to pay that kind of money and see if that's what we need to do. We're trying to see if this would be a more efficient way to run these departments under this scenario. Thank you.
Supervisor Rogers?
Yeah. I just got a couple of things I want to add to that. I agree with what Tom said, and I respect Supervisor Poitras and his opinion on that. Direct supervision has never been the responsibility of the CAO in that department. And if there are no added responsibilities by putting him over that direct responsibility, then we've been wasting $185,000 a year for the last however many years we've been doing that. The paradigm for doing this has been something that we have been using since I've been on this board. We started dissecting departments, reconstructing the county so that it was a lean, very lean machine, and we're doing more with less. We've been doing that in various manners throughout my entire tenure. And one of those great examples was the RMA itself. When we had the RMA, right, we had an entire supervisory department that oversaw that RMA. We cut the legs out from under that and brought it under the purview of those individual department heads that were very capable of managing their own systems. And then it was given a different title and much more responsibility under economic development, and the supervision of all those various roles were given to one person, and that was Norm Allender. It's worked very well, and it saved millions of dollars. Millions. To be exact, all of the changes we made in that department saved us $2.5 million every year, and that's happened every year since I've been in office. So you're talking about a lot of money over the last number of years. My last comment is that this, while it saves us a lot of money, and this is another just an effort to save us money, to look at how this can be done better, and it's a temporary thing, not necessarily a long-term thing. We don't know exactly what we're going to do with it yet. We're in flux on this, and that's my point in going forward with this, would be that doesn't hurt to try and learn to save money in every area, no matter what we've done before. That's an important concept. I've always learned that we maybe don't know everything about how an operation works until we try to change it. So I think this is a good thing.
Supervisor Frazier?
Yeah, and I agree wholeheartedly with all my colleagues. Supervisor Poitras, you bring up, what happens if the IT director resigns or retires, well, that's happened. And we found Tanya Say at Child Support Services and brought her over, and that's worked well.
She did both for a while.
Yeah, and Vaughn just left, and we found Dennis Cook, someone that was whose skills were commensurate with. Obviously behavioral health is completely different than public health, but there's some similarities to it. And now, I don't know how we figured out child support services with IT. That still confounds me to this day, but it worked out very well.
And then we had an interim in between
It worked out very well. But so whenever, some of these others have come forward, the Department of Social Services, we reached out to Hub Walsh and found an interim solution until we could find our final solution. And so, the CAO has had the opportunity each one of those times to insert himself and say, I'm going to take extra money for these paid, but he didn't do that because it didn't make sense with what he was over. So, I look at this one as it made sense for the CAO, who was central to some of those discussions to an extent, to be able to come in here into the Office of Economic Development and Development Services and just hit the ground running and be able to perform these duties immediately. Norm Allender was one of, if not the most busy county employees during his tenure, so there was a large amount of work that was created in his absence when he left, and having been at meetings that Eric normally wouldn't have been at, now that he is at, and the level of knowledge that he's gained in a very short amount of time to still facilitate some of these very difficult projects and issues with building officials and making sure that things that are going on could continue to go on I think he's the right person to put into this, and with the extra work that is going in, because I can tell you there's a lot of extra work that has gone into it. He is deserving of this extra amount of money. As far as what it says to the greater county and the organization, and is he stepping up and being a leader? Well, you look at the difference between item 7I, where there was a 20% in compensation for Mr. Cook to take over those. Eric is, we said, okay, 10%, and that's the message that, he, as the CAO, there is a higher burden or a different requirement when it comes to that, he's not going to get as much compensation to pick up those extra little ones. So I think that's where that 10% really built in and showed the difference. And like you said, Eric didn't come to us to ask for this. This was something that we thought would be the best option, given his knowledge of a lot of the different things that were going on in development services from before. So that's why I made the motion to go forward with this. I can sleep at night knowing that this is an investment. I'm not even. This is a cost savings, but I'm not even looking at it as though it's a cost savings. I just think this is the right thing to do, to go forward with all of the projects and different things that we had going in the development services without bringing to a halt all those different projects.
Supervisor Poitras?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I remember back in the 90s when a really good basketball player by the name of Charles Barkley was referred to as a role model And he didn't like that very much because everybody knows Charles Barkley, he's this tough guy causing a lot of problems. And he says, I don't want to be a role model. But the problem is that, I'm sorry, Charles, you are a role model.
Yeah.
You're a professional basketball player. And whether you like it or not, you're influencing people. You're influencing kids. People are following you. They're seeing your attitude. They're seeing the way you behave on and off the court. And I look at this kind of in a similar way. Eric is not just a division head. He's not, and I'm not saying anything wrong about division heads. He's the CEO. He's the guy that runs the show. He is the guy who we look to for leadership. And I think that, whenever you're in that position, it's different. It's not the same as whether he likes it or not. And he likes it. Again, he didn't ask for this. But, in that position, you've got to set the example. You've got to lead the way. You've got to put in that extra work, because you're in that position. He asked for that position. He's there, and he's done a great job. But again, it's you start getting into this thing about additional pay for additional work, and it's just not. You want to look at our organization, as sometimes you want to bring private industry standards and practices here, and this is not something that is done on a regular basis in private industry. Now, what would happen in private industry is that when the CEO is reviewed next year in a performance evaluation, that would be considered. It would be considered, man, this guy really stepped up when times are tough, or he went in here and he did that. And that's when you would consider, this type of an increase, not before. So, with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll give up the mic.
When Mr. Poitras just mentioned the CAOs and large companies don't get compensated, yes, they do. If they make money, you can read it, watch it on TV as stock options.
Well, yeah.
Wait a minute, I'll take it now. They do get compensated big time. Now, this man didn't ask for this additional responsibilities. He didn't ask for the increase in compensation, but he'll do it. And we sit here and we see what he's done since the recession. We shut down one department, created another one, and we have good people working there. Very good people, and they will grow into those positions. I feel they are there, but not to the point where you can kind of just forget about them, that they're doing a good job. So you kind of, at this time, you have to have somebody that kind of oversees the operation, because that department spends a lot of money. A lot of money. If they make one mistake, it's going to cost us a lot of money. So we have to have somebody there overseeing the operation for a brief time. Not forever, for a brief time. Right. So that everybody just knows their role and they do it. And then I know he'll step back and just do what he's doing now before this additional responsibility. We as supervisors check all this out. You see what he's done in the past. He turned down raises in the past because he didn't want to be compensated. The percentage that he turned it down, And he recruited to go to other counties. We didn't want to lose this man. So now we're asking him to take over a department to kind of oversee it. 10%. It's not a lot. And this is not going to be a permanent situation. This is going to be a brief interlude until we feel comfortable with what's going over there. Then we go back to our original positions. This is going to happen again and again and again. And if we give somebody more additional responsibilities, they have to be compensated. We just can't depend on them to do the right thing for the county or for any organization. You have to compensate these people. They're human beings. They have expenses. And if they do the job right, you pay them accordingly. Yes. Mr. Poitras?
Yes, I beg your pardon, Mr. Chairman, but he did ask for this job. We didn't tell him to take it. He requested it. Number two, in private corporation, a CEO gets compensated, it's at the end of a period of time based on performance, not at the beginning of something. So what I would like to do is reserve that until we see what happens over the next 6 months or whatever, and look at his review next year. And again, we're talking about the CEO. Thank you.
Okay, well, okay, this,
You have a motion and a second. You can take it out to the public.
we got to take it out to the public. Dale Drozen, Fresno. The discussion, I have a little question about that. I heard at least 4 or 5 times, we all decided. Who is we? The board?
We're in the process of deciding.
No, it was said that we decided we were going to.
Misquote.
Can I
What
finish?
I meant was, we're in the process of deciding.
Okay, it was said that we decided, all of us, that this position was going to stay open and the CAO was going to cover for it. Now, it's on the tape. You can look at it later.
Yeah.
It wasn't about what's going on here. Now, I'd like to know when you decided. That's not something you can legally talk about in closed session, whether you're going to leave a department open or who you're going to move into it.
I beg to differ with you, sir. Hiring and firing employees is a closed session item.
Right, and we done his evaluation. He wasn't even in there.
Okay. I've got a question on the first one. It says
I'd
you're
like to ask County Council, am I right on that?
Well, Chairman, I would just, and Board, yes, this is a position that the Board fills, and so discussions can be held in closed session, but I would suggest that we just not answer any questions about what may have been discussed
Right, absolutely.
in closed session. Even if it...
Okay, you're moving his pay from $214,000 to whatever. 2 years ago, the maximum pay for a CIO on the salary study was reported at $173,000. Now that's $40,000 that he got in a raise, or in the last 2 years, or it was reported wrong in the salary study. I'm a little confused about that, and to go along with what Supervisor Poitras was saying, when the county was going through hard times, all of the employees were told, learn to do more with less. They didn't get any extra compensation. They got furloughed. But they learned to do...
They got compensated for that.
Well, they got because it was a mistake in doing it. Can you not interrupt me? I mean, turn the timer on, that's fine. Shut me off at the end of it and then say what you want. But I get 3 minutes and I get 3 interruptions in the middle of it, cuts me back. Okay, the employees didn't get compensated. This is a trend that's starting, and it's only in management. When an employee has to do more with less, when the fire department is cut back and they fill in, they take care of it. They don't get any extra compensation. When a sheriff's office is cut back, they don't get any extra compensation. They fill into positions, they work extra shifts, they do whatever. They get overtime if they're working overtime. But picking up responsibility, they're not compensated for that. It's just in the upper part of management. And the people out there that I talk to are getting a little tired of it, and they think that CAO is way overpaid. Thank you.
I'd like to hear what Adrian has to say about the inconsistent statements made.
Thank you, Chairman. I actually wanted to just take the time to correct the record. I understand that Mr. Drozen believes that the salary for the CAO was lower, and I did go back and I looked at the compensation study, and unfortunately Mr. Drozen was looking at the wrong column. The compensation study actually moved the CAO position from a range 453 to a range 479, which would have been a 13% increase. So at the time of the September 2015 compensation study, and we actually do have salary resolutions in our office to prove this, the salary for that particular range and at the E-step with 10% longevity in September of 2015, now that was before the implementation of the salary study, was $214,000 in what you see today. It was unfortunately a look at the wrong column. It was the salary before the compensation study was going to be impacted. So I just have to correct that for the record. And
also something else that you might correct on this, he turned that down until the employees received their compensation as well.
He actually turned down two. That resolution basically gave him the retention increase effective January 1. And that resolution also stated that should he have gotten a positive performance evaluation in January of 16, he would have been eligible to move from the EL 10 to the EL 15. Then on top of that, that resolution also stated that in January of 17, should he receive another positive performance evaluation, his salary would move from EL 15 to EL 20. And actually what this action does today is that this action today doesn't even move him all the way up to the EL 20 step that he otherwise would have been eligible to receive in January of 2017. The other issue that I wanted to correct for the record is that there's been a lot of statements that have been made about the fact that this additional compensation has not reached any other individuals in our organization except for management, and that is simply not true. Additional compensation has stretched all the way down into our organization to people who are in positions that are in the technical bargaining unit, and I remember that vividly. In each of the situations historically where we had a department head who left and there was someone else that came in that was new, if you look back at the record, there were individuals within that department who also received additional compensation. So it has never just been reserved for those that were at the executive level. IT in particular, I remember that the assistant got a temporary additional compensation. When the auditor controller first came on, his assistant at that time got additional compensation to help with the management duties. And as you saw from the item from July 11th of 2017, where Mr. Cook actually received 20%, his assistant director received 15%. So she received 15%. And so I just wanted to just set the record straight that it has reached other individuals in our organization for a number of years.
When we asked the deputy sheriffs to learn the new life-saving techniques that were for first responders,
paying them extra for that.
For asking them to do duties outside of their normal duties, they get compensation for that. We have them all the time on different bargaining unit, and this one just looks sexy. This is the easy one to come out against is the problem.
And if anyone ever has any questions, I'd be happy to show those documents and to prove that my statements that I've made today are accurate, to show that the board has supported individuals in this organization, not only at the upper levels of management, but also our line staff as well, who's been asked to take on additional duties.
Anybody else from the public? We'll bring it back to the board.
There's a motion on the floor, Chairman. Call for the vote. Supervisor Frazier?
Yes.
Supervisor Rogers?
Yes.
Supervisor Wheeler?
Yes.
Supervisor Poitras?
No.
Supervisor Rodriguez?
Yes.
Vote passes 4-1. 7K, Public Health Department. Discussion and consideration of approval to grant Mary George Solario, Staff Services Manager, Public Health Department, with an additional compensation in the amount of $1,120.46 a month pursuant to County Code Section 260.310.
Dennis Cook, Interim Director, Public Health. In the Public Health Department currently, we have our 3 vacancies of Assistant Director and our 2 Deputy Directors. So Mary Solario is really going over and above, and she also said, that she did not seek additional compensation. I said I was taking it forward anyway because you're getting a lot more work, even to the fact where she has juggled some of her vacation time around. Not that she is just so good at what she does. It's just needed. I'm only able to be there. I'm there half a day each day and over behavioral health each day. I need someone competent behind there, making sure that my directions are followed, and she's also our fiscal person to make sure that the wheels are on the bus are still going around until we get a new director there.
Move to approve.
Thank you, sir.
Second.
I got a question.
Just take it out to the public.
Oh,
Tom.
Mac,
Bring it back.
I got a question. Just staff, Adrian, I know Eric's not here, Regina, and Rhonda. I mean, we got 7I, J, and K all the same. I like to make them more consistent with the percentages of each one of these rates. Like the 7I don't, I looked it up, it's in the background, but most people don't see that. So if we make these more consistent all the way through here on each one of these, I think it'd be a lot more clear for the public.
Right.
I mean, even myself, until I looked it up and seen what it said, I wasn't sure what it was. So if we just make a note to all the department heads, and if they're going to bring this stuff up to us, have the percentage, have the amount of dollars. I mean, some of them got the dollars, some of them got the percentage, some of them haven't got either one. So I think if that's all, people don't look in the background.
Yeah.
So if it's up here, up front, like yours, Dennis, 20%, $150 a month, whatever it is,
right.
And it's spelled out pretty good with Eric's, and it's spelled out half-ass pretty good with Mary's. So if we can have them all the same consistency, I think it would be a lot easier for the public to understand.
Right. Yeah.
Even me.
Good recommendation.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Call for the, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, and I know there's no contention, not necessarily on this particular one, but there's a verse, an old proverb that's pertinent to this situation. It says, "Don't muzzle the ox that's treading on the corn." And when someone's working, they deserve to be compensated. Period.
All right. We have a motion and a second.
Yes, call for the vote. Supervisor Rogers?
Yes.
Supervisor Frazier?
Yes.
Supervisor Wheeler?
Yes.
Supervisor Poitras?
Yes.
Supervisor Rodriguez?
Yes.
Vote passes 5-0. L, Public Works Department, Municipal Services Division, Madera County Waste Management Program. 1, discussion and update on financial challenges for the Madera County Solid Waste Program. 2, discussion on draft organic waste management plan. 3, discussion and direction to staff to coordinate with the franchise haulers on amendments to the franchise agreements, including organic collection and recycling services due to a change in law.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Ahmad Al-Kayat, Public Works Director. With me here for this presentation is Mr. John Carlton with GBB Consulting Services for Solid Waste Management. And we have Mr. Caleb Moore, an engineer for Tetra Tech BAS, in charge of our civil design and groundwater monitoring at the landfill. This will be a joint effort for the three of us, so we'll try to be quick. And
we got all day.
Yes, we sure do. We're back here again. If you recall, back in May of 2016, we came to you with two workshops, one for solid waste and one for transportation. Today we're doing the solid waste, and next board meeting we will do the transportation presentation. It's this one. Oh, sorry. So we're here to update you, tell you about our efforts since last year. We were at a dire state, as you recall. I myself are proud of what the team has accomplished for the solid waste program. So we're here to give you a little outlook of what happened behind the scenes, or in front of everybody. Actually, you can see the progress as you go to the landfill. With this, the presentation outline, we will talk about our financial updates, organizational changes, capital projects, organic waste management plan, and the franchise agreements. Here, I'd like to also recognize we have, as part of our team, we have Imatco are present here, back here with Mr. Ashley Smith and Chad Gunderson, who are basically our mountain franchise holders, or Eastern Madera County, 1,000 above. Yeah, they do deserve 1,000 elevation and above. And also we have Red Rock Environmental, and I believe Mr. Alan Davis and Richard Cagley are here. Also, of course, Tetra Tech and GBB, but I also want to mention two more entities that aren't mentioned here, and they are the City of Chowchilla. We do have a flow agreement with the City of Chowchilla. And also we have a landfill use agreement with Mid-Valley, which brings to us a good portion of the City of Madera's waste. And that's one of the things that we accomplished to do in the past couple of years. And with this, I'll give it to you, John.
Supervisors, good to see you again. Again, we were here about in the spring of last year and then in the fall to make some recommendations. But this is, again, going back through a little bit of history. Sometimes it helps to understand where you came from, to understand where you're going. Without going back to everything, in 2016, the county found itself in a little bit of a financial situation, looking at needing to take some loans from the road department, I guess mitigation fund, as well as the general fund to help sustain the operation, and also facing some losses of from the litigation with MDSI. And we ended up coming back with recommendations for some rate modifications or the TIF modifications through the franchise agreements that was passed along to the ratepayers, as well as looking at ways to help pre-fund capital and take advantage of hopefully a pending closure approval. Back in 2006, team, we also want to just sort of recognize the fact that the board in January of 2016 approved a resolution in support of complying with AB 1826, which is a commercial waste recycling law, specifically targeting organics. And we'll get to that as soon as to how we're looking to move that forward. But in 2017, rate increases were passed along through the franchise haulers to the homeowners, as well as the Cal Recycle and I think the Water Board approved an alternate landfill closure design, which was pending since I started working with you in 2011. So it took some time, but it's done, and that has saved the county millions of dollars in both capital and O&M costs on the landfill through the closure. So some good things have happened this past year. So bringing you to sort of the financial update. Around this time last year, the liner fund balance, which is your operating account for solid waste, was around $200,000, a little less, about $180,000 in positive revenue. It currently stands at the end of June at $1.7 million. So that obviously has bumped up to $1.5 million bucks, and our goal was to have that fund at around $2 million at all times. And you'll see that we will have some capital expenditures coming down the line that we're going to have to raise that up above. That'll fall back down. But basically, we're trying to have a reserve fund of about 3 months of operation. I think you have about a $6 million operation. So, roughly $1.5 to $2 million is what we're aiming for in terms of a liner fund balance. So you're there now, and we need to try to make sure you stay there going forward. The rates to residents and businesses in the unincorporated areas were adjusted by both the county's tipping fee rates to its franchise haulers, and also through CPI adjustments and fuel adjustments that came into effect in June. We mentioned about the landfill closure fund design, or landfill closure design changes. That, again, is going to allow for quite a bit of monies to actually be released out of escrow accounts and allow the county to repay some of the funds that it's already borrowed and true up the county's finances and get that back. And on the loan repayment status, you want to just mention?
Yes, I'll just, basically on June 30th, we finally received the final approval, ironically the last day of our fiscal year, from the Cal Recycle and before that from the Water Board, saying your alternate final closure plan or cover, the evapotranspirative, is accepted, hence you are overpaid with your closure fund. So we used to pay every year hundreds of thousands of dollars to create the closure fund, which in 2048 we're going to go and finally close the landfill. That method has changed to a more cheaper option, which meant that what we have is basically above what the cost of the closure would be. And I received a letter from Cal Recycle. Basically, I can take to our auditor and ask him to release or transfer $1.4 million back to the liner fund, which will put us back on track to pay back a $900,000 from the general fund loan that the liner fund borrowed and $400,000 out of the road mitigation fund. So now we are in the process of transferring that money. Andrew is working with that, and then we're going to see how we can pay those back. So,
that's awesome.
And this is sort of a side-by-side picture of fiscal years 15-16 and 16-17. Now, the county did use a $1.3 million loan, as mentioned, between the road mitigation fund and the general fund to help float the boat. But when you take that money out, you were looking at a loss of about $600,000 last year. This year, you're looking at a surplus of $1.3 million in terms of operating revenue. So, again, it's in the right direction. I think we've only had a half a year really of the increased revenues. Some of the expenses were pushed off a little bit, so we were allowed to bring this thing up, and that will continue to be a positive. At least that's the intent, for it to be a positive and to put some more money into the liner fund, such that future capital can be paid out of operating reserves instead of debt.
I'd like to stress, John mentioned a statement said some capital work or capital improvement work was pushed aside or pushed forward. So that is going to come back. So that will probably talk with Caleb. You'll tell us about this. Anyway, organizational changes. Mr. Chairman, if you recall last year, you asked me, Ahmad, is there anything we can do to save money on staffing at the landfill? And what I told you is you're looking at it. It was me sitting here, and Mr. Lorenzo Nadura was our landfill engineer, and 2 scale house operators and a technician at the landfill. That was all county staff, and everything is being run and operated by Red Rock Environmental at the landfill. But that doesn't mean that we can't give it another look. So we looked again, we looked at the operation, we looked at the way the financial transactions are being carried over. So now we come up with a more slim, but I think workable structure for the landfill. Basically, instead of having the landfill run by an engineer 3, we have a very competent gentleman, Oscar Ortiz, who is a technician at the moment, but he's overqualified to be an engineer 2. So, or any engineer 2 could, basically, we're thinking man it at the lowest level of supervisory level, basically, to manage the scale house operators. And with that, under Andrea's management and her staff, she can oversee the financial transactions, the daily deposits, and cash flow. So this is a structure that we are going towards, and it's in the making as we speak. And capital projects.
Okay, and then, the landfill is a continual construction project, as Caleb, I'm sure, will attest to. And we have, the county has been busy with a number of capital projects that Caleb will run through, including a future projection. We're always going to be looking at a 5-year window of future capital needs, and he'll talk through that.
Thanks. As he had discussed earlier, in 2013, Tetra Tech BAS was hired to provide a number of services to the county that were solid waste related. A lot of them were routine environmental compliance, testing, mainly on the operation and maintenance of the system from an environmental control standpoint, because there's a lot of regulations that control the landfill. And so having somebody out there looking at the gas, the wells, and these types of things. Tetra Tech BAS was also hired to help with engineering, permitting, planning, and also to do non-routine items. And a lot of these issues, and we're going to talk about the budget here at the end, but we've highlighted three somewhat non-routine items that we have been engaged to perform for you over the last 3 years. The first of which is the flare station. The old flare station was about 20 years old. It failed source testing, which is really important for air compliance. Had potentially significant issues with maybe structural, because it's just old. It needed to be replaced. And they only replace these every 20 to 30 years, so it was just a significant cost, much like maybe redoing a roof on a house or something like that. That doesn't happen all the time. So this needed to occur recently. The next item, was basically updating and enhancing the landfill gas extraction systems. There was a couple of NOVs, notice of violations, where landfill gas had migrated outside of the landfill footprint, and we had some what we call hot probes. We had to add more wells to the system to make sure that we pulled in that naturally occurring landfill gas. And by doing so, what we had done is fixed a bunch of wellheads, added some wells, and added some other items to that to enhance that extraction, which did dramatically increase the amount of gas that we were able to extract out of the landfill. This gas was there present to begin with, and now we're able to extract it and destroy it through that flare. The next item that was significant for the landfill was that we created what we call a loop system, basically a pipe that goes all the way around the landfill. Instead of having discrete, what we call laterals to collect this gas, we created a loop system, and that creates redundancy in the system. So if it fails in one part, you can pull the gas from both sides of the landfill. And we're going to get to that here in just a second. So let's go ahead and hit the next one. Also, a part of our scope of work is to help the staff, help Ahmad and his staff to understand where we are budget-wise and what future capital needs are in a planning sense, where the airspace is and gas and so on and so forth. Previously, we had prepared a budget for Ahmad to discuss the annual cost of about $1.2 million per year is your natural kind of maybe baseline of operation and maintenance. Next year, we are going to see a significant increase for the enhancements that's going to be required for landfill gas, especially in one area. Now, working with Red Rock, they have been able to bring a lot more waste to the site, and we need to help them help you. And in doing so, we need to provide them the maximum amount of horizontal space to place this waste. I can get into a lot of the minutia of the detail, but in reality what it is an efficiency. The more flat area you have to place this waste, the better you are with the soil management, the better you are with the environmental controls, drainage, so on and so forth. And we've been trying to dance around that with the old system, because there was a vertical expansion. We went back into an old area, and we've been trying to take off the minimum amount, so we've got to balance whether we want to build high or wide. You build wide, you have a greater efficiency in the airspace and in some of the controls. You go higher, you have to take less off and do less capital-intensive things. But we're getting to the point where we need to go a little bit wider, which includes revising the northwest lateral. We talked a little bit about that loop system. What happens is we're filling over part of that loop system right now, and we think part of it might be crushed. But because we have the loop system, we're in compliance. Now we're going to try to fill over a little bit more of that, and we need to enhance or to take that looped header and move it outside of the footprint on the north and the west side. Not just the north side. We had planned on doing the north, but we think we need to do the northwest side. We've already done some enhancements to create that loop system, and we need to push that out. And that'll be the final resting place, if you will, for this lateral. And so we think that that's the best way, because that delays the future capital expenditure. See, on 2021, you will need a liner. If we do not place that northwest header there, if that crushes, you'll end up having to replace it at all. Or if we stay off of it, that liner, which is about $3.9 million, that'll get accelerated to about 2019. You're going to need that liner about 2 years previously. So by spending the approximately about $1 million next year, you'll delay $3.9 million 2 years out at least. And so that's
smart investment.
Yeah, it's a no-brainer. And and I'm a landfill liner designer. That's my bread and butter. But I'm telling you, we need to push this out. We do need to do that and enhance the gas system. So, it actually, even if it wasn't going to push out that money, it's the best thing for the landfill anyway. It's the best thing for soil management, for airspace management, and to delay final closure and a lot of these things. It's really the best way to run a landfill.
One thing to note on this too is we're talking about a lot of gas. Gas is landfill gas is about 50% methane. So it burns, that's why you have a flare. You need to collect it so it doesn't create combustible environments. There's a lot of reasons you do it. But one of the things we talked about the last time we met was we really should do an evaluation, a feasibility study on beneficially using this gas, whether it be in transportation fuel, electricity, a direct pipeline to an industry, whatever it may be. So Tetra Tech, BAS, is doing that study. They've started it, and that will be something that will be presented as to whether or not it makes sense to actually try to, maximize the gas quality and quantity in order to put some type of beneficial use system in, or if you're just going to focus on more on the compliance aspects of it, just making sure you're within compliance, because there's actually two different things you can optimize for different ways. And if you optimize for gas quality and quantity, it may cost you a little more, but if there's a benefit to it through utilizing the gas, that discussion will come to you and be presented to you. So that's just something to add on to what has been said. Okay, I mentioned about AB 1826, which again the board has already made a resolution in support of compliance. And so the state of California is hot to trot on organics. And organics is basically, can be summed up as vegetative waste, wood waste, and food waste. That's one way to think about organic waste. It has carbon, hydrogen, and basically it's a building blocks of life. But there's a lot of that kind of waste in the waste stream. Estimates around 30% of the waste stream is organic, whether it be 20-some% food waste or some type of yard waste, leaves, vegetative waste, wood. The state wants it out of landfills, and so they passed a number of laws in order to do that. AB 1826 is the Commercial Organics Recycling Law, and it ratchets up over time the size of the type of commercial establishment that needs to comply and how they need to comply with this. It starts off with people with generating 4 cubic yards of organic waste per week, goes up to 8 cubic yards, and then goes to 4 cubic yards of solid waste over time, and that the later is in 2019. But nonetheless, there are compliance steps that the county is, and really it's the businesses that need to comply, but the county needs to put a system in place to help the businesses achieve that, and you have an obligation to try to create the opportunities to make that happen, create the requirements, the plan, the infrastructure, if necessary. Other aspects that are being there is AB 876, organic waste infrastructure planning. That requires you to determine, who needs to be served, how much capacity is out there, what kind of needs are needed for the businesses that need to comply. And then also AB 1594. Right now, the county takes in green waste, vegetative waste, and wood waste into the landfill, grinds it up, and uses it as an alternate to soil to cover solid waste in the landfill, and that's called ADC, alternate daily cover. You actually get recycling credit for that currently, and so it helps you with your diversion targets. AB 1594 basically says you no longer will be able to account that towards recycling. You can still use it as ADC, you're just not going to be able to count it as diversion. So that also needs to be factored into what the county does. So GBB, as part of our work, has come up with a organic management strategy for the county, and walk you a little bit through that. These are some of the aspects of the plan. Again, it deals with green waste, which is vegetative waste, tree trimmings, etc., wood waste, and commercial food waste. And I want to stress commercial food waste. It does not currently regulate residential food waste. It does put requirements on multifamily units of 5 or more residential units in a structure to have a green waste and wood waste recovery plan. Does not require them to do food waste. So it is a little bit nuanced, but that's what's covered under this.
Is pizza exempt?
Excuse me?
Pizza, is it exempt?
Pizza is not exempt.
Oh,
pizza is actually a target of this, including pizza grease-contaminated cardboard boxes.
We have no grease, no boxes.
Yes.
So this would be curbside separation?
Again, we're not talking about residential. We are talking about commercial.
Commercial.
And commercial would be source separated. So yes, it will be required for separate collection and processing of this material. The county currently fulfills most of its solid waste services through the unincorporated areas, through the franchise collection. What we're talking about is developing a system for collection and recycling of organics. So the same way that we have asked the franchise operators, you have two, to collect and recycle curbside recyclables, paper, plastics, cans, etc. We're also going to be looking to ask the franchise operators to put the infrastructure in place to provide those same services through the franchise agreements to their customers. So again, we're going to be looking to provide collection and recycling services for organics for these affected businesses. It's not just the collection and recycling of the materials. It's also going to be the education, the auditing to confirm, whether or not a business is truly subject to the laws, outreach and education, helping them to understand what's needed, understand what's covered, how to do it, setting up the programs, etc. As well as reporting. Obviously, all of this has to be reported back to the state to tell them what you're doing, how you're helping with diversion, etc. So all of this is being asked to be done. And again, we're sort of following a very similar path to what the franchise operators are doing currently with recycling. Just think of it as recycling food instead of recycling cardboard boxes that are not contaminated with pizza grease. Now, this is we've used an estimate. We created estimates in this plan to try to figure out who could be affected by this legislation. And, when the agreement first came out, I think it started targeting businesses with 8 or more cubic yards of organics. We don't think there's hardly any. Well, we didn't think there was too many affected. But, if you look at the businesses based on a NAICS, North American Industry Classification System, I think it is, there are ways to utilize that system to estimate the amount of organic waste there is based on the number of employees. So we did some math in the plan to try to get a sense for how many businesses might be affected by the different legislations. Currently, we think there's about 240 businesses between the Mountain and Valley franchises that may be affected, but this needs to be confirmed through the franchise operators. It's not important that we get the numbers accurate. It's more that we sort of give you a sense for how many businesses. It's going to be incumbent upon the operators to go out and understand their businesses, and it's whether or not they generate 4 cubic yards of organic waste materials is what's the target now, and in 2019 it's 4 cubic yards of waste per week. So there are thresholds to what is going to be covered on this, but there are going to be businesses that are going to be affected. A lot of them are going to be in the cities. I don't know how the cities are dealing with this. That's something we can talk about later, but the plan right now we're talking about is helping the county deal with the county's unincorporated areas. The plan we presented to the county a couple of days ago has these chapters. Basically, it fulfills the needs of what the county is obligated to do by looking at what the current system is, who's affected by this, what the needs of those affected communities are in terms of volume of waste. We're looking at about 30,000 tons potentially of organic material in Madera County. Not all of that's going to be collected. Some of that's never going to be collected. Some of it's going to come from residential and would never be. But nonetheless, we do think maybe about half of that is going to be subject. So it's not a lot of material, 15,000 tons a year, but it is something that's needed. And again, it talks about the infrastructure needs. We have identified in the plan that there are processing facilities that can handle waste in Fresno County and Merced County and Mariposa County that could service Madera County. So we do understand there's some businesses. I think there's a farmer that's taking some food waste at its farm. So those would be opportunities as long as they are compliant with state law. They can be used to do that, but we're not relying on new organic waste processing facilities in Madera County. As long as the haulers have a place for it, and the haulers are going to be required to provide primary and secondary markets for the materials, they need to demonstrate that they have the markets before we're all going to kind of jump into bed, figuratively, in organic waste, and to make sure that there is a sound way to get forward. And hopefully these continue to grow and prosper, and the organic waste will have a place to go, but it is dependent. If you're going to pick it up, you got to put it down. You have a place to put it. We think there is capacity in the region to be able to handle that. And it sort of brings us to the franchise agreements. So this is a change in law from the original contracts that were in place when the franchise contracts were put in place. So we are looking at doing an amendment, which is allowed under the contracts, due to a change in law, to add these services to it. It's not going to cost the county any more money. In fact, the county will make some more franchise revenue, because as the businesses of the franchisees grow, you get 6% of their gross revenue, so your revenues will increase, but it's not going to cost the county anything. It will cost the businesses of the county and some multifamily establishments that have to comply with these regs some cost to do it. Now, hopefully their disposal costs go down a bit as the recycling opportunities go up. I can't tell you that it's going to be a complete wash for them. It may cost a little bit more to do this, and that's just the cost of compliance in California. Wanted to mention that there's a few other things that we're looking to pull together as part of a comprehensive franchise amendments, and looking to probably bring this back to you in September, maybe October, depending on how long it takes us to work these things through in terms of some amendments. One is, right now, there's a bit of a disagreement on the indexes between the two franchise operators as to how their rates to their customers change over time. We think it's important to align them, contractually. So that is something that needs to happen.
Not disagreements, different.
Difference. Did I say disagreements?
You said disagreements.
All right. I didn't mean disagreements. They are not the same. They're not the same. They're not aligned. So we want to align them so that we're providing a fairly similar, experience to the ratepayer. Ratepayers should not have a different change because right now the rates are affected by the tipping fee that the county charges, the CPI for the region, and fuel. And as those indexes change, those costs can be passed along through rate changes once a year in the terms of the indexes to the customers. Eastside Acres, we know, is an item in the Valley franchise that we need to deal with. It's currently being serviced by a non-franchise hauler. Trying to work it out because I'm sure those who are in the area don't need to talk much about it. But it's something we think is important to resolve, so it's not still out there as an issue for the franchise haulers. And again, the county, I would argue, has benefited from the recommendation on bringing some additional volume to the landfill. It's very hard to operate landfills on limited volume, just like any type of operation. Economies of scale allow for lower rates to be passed along. So, the county had $53 tipping fees at one point to the franchise haulers. It dropped them to $22 at one point. It's raised them back up to $40. So you're still below there. But the additional volume has allowed those costs to be brought in. And again, the county benefits through that. So we are looking to see if there is additional volume that can be brought to the Madera landfill to make that happen. And I think that's...
Yeah, I'm first on the list here, but I wanted to emphasize something that I think is important for the public to know and understand, because occasionally I get an email complaining about a rate increase, which is natural. I mean, people don't want to pay more for services, but the facts are that nothing stays static, and your electric bill proves that. I mean, we've had a 30% increase in PG&E over the last 5 to 10 years, the last 5 years, in fact. But This system is supported on tipping fees, and our tipping fees originally, when I came on the board, were $53. We dropped them to $22. They stayed that way for 5 years. Did everybody hear me? 5 years. Thanks for emphasizing that. That's unheard of. We did that to help the ratepayer. The increase was still significantly below, at the end of that 5 years, still significantly below what it was when I arrived in the county. It's now around 40, right? $40. And that, equates to a significant, in fact, to the ratepayer, what does that mean as far as the increase in their bill, the average ratepayer? What was it, $2?
It was about $2 per household per month.
$2 per household per month.
It's about 12% or 12 or 18%, 12% increase.
Yeah, I think we've done as good a job as could be expected and beyond in being open, honest, and fair in dealing with the public concerning solid waste. Now, we knew this was coming down the pike with organics. We've known for some time that the state has been working on legal language about organics, and now it's time to deal with it. So I just wanted to emphasize that. I thought the report's very good.
Just one thing to note, too.
Go ahead. You were going to answer.
I'm just going to mention, too, if you look back at the rates that homeowners are paying 5 years ago, especially when you adjust for inflation, they were higher than they are now, and the service was lower. They didn't have recycling.
Previous to our dropping the tipping.
That's right. They did not have recycling. They did not have a recycling blue cart. We have been able to provide greater service at a cost that's even less than what they were doing back at that time. So I think it's important to know that.
That's our motto, isn't it?
Of course, yeah.
That's what we do.
Very good. Thank you. Just a couple of questions. The $40 tipping fee, is that fairly competitive in the area? What are some of the other landfills charging that are?
So you're unfortunately in an area that has a lot of competition, and I would argue that the tipping fee commercially right now is in the low 20s. And so the county is currently still bringing in some waste under that rate, but because we looked at what we could do to raise funds to help offset the costs, we did pass it along to the ratepayers of Madera County. In a typical commercial landfill, the local ratepayers pay a higher rate than the ones that have to come further out. That's just the way the economy of a landfill works. So you're not doing anything really from the market standpoint that's unbearable. And if you look at the rates that the homeowners pay here in Madera compared to other counties, it's lower. If you look at what they pay in Fresno County compared to Madera County, you pay cheaper rates here at the homeowner level and the business level than they do in other counties. But the $40, we couldn't go out and sell $40 landfill capacity. We're selling it to our franchise operators because we can. Mm-hmm. And it's a way to, we're trying to balance out having enough money in the till to be able to pay for this operation, to keep it compliant, to keep it solvent, to provide the service to the county. If at some reason, we drop more than we need, you can always drop the rate to the homeowners. And you did at one point. You did from 53 to 22. And you can always do that again. But right now, we think we're looking at $40. It's probably what we need to be for at least a number of years.
Mm-hmm. Another question on the financials regarding the franchise fees. Now, when you showed the revenues and expenses, are the franchise fees included in that revenue, or is that?
No, Supervisor, they're not.
Okay. So that's over and above, and that goes.
Correct. This is the revenues in and out of the liner fund.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay. And then when you were talking about the capital and O&M expenses, I think it was 1.2, 2.4, 1.2, 1.2. Were those are those considered to be, again, referring back to that revenue expense, or would those be included as expenses?
Those have been budgeted in this fiscal year. Yes.
Because typically on a capital cost, you show it as depreciation or something else. You don't show it as an expense. I mean, for budgeting, you show as an expense, but, so I was just curious if it was an off-balance sheet item or what the...
No, these are actual expenses. These do not account for depreciation. There may be things in the audit report where you're depreciating land or other assets. Maybe the flare station's being depreciated over time. But these are actual costs, like direct costs of the county.
It's included in there.
That's right.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Supervisor Frazier?
Well, the outlook is certainly a lot better than it was the last few times you've come in. I think we've grabbed the bull by the horns. I think you showed, I mean, it looks like the expenses are less this year than they were last year by quite a bit. And so it looks like you answered Max's question at that time, can we tighten our belts some more? And the answer looked like it was yes. So I thought that was a good thing. What I'm going to bring up again is what I bring up every time. If this was a privately held landfill, would these be the rates that they have? How is it run differently? Because as a privately held landfill that there are around this area that aren't owned by municipalities, and they're keeping their rates at a lower because they don't have the ability to just pass it on to a ratepayer and raise the tipping fees to wherever they are. So if this was a privately owned landfill, what would the rates be? Is it still an option? Is it a good option, in your opinion, to get out of the solid waste industry for the county? Is that loaded enough?
It is, absolutely. Supervisor, as Public Works and as county, we need to provide this service, these services, excuse my races, these services to the public. Now, whether they are provided by us directly or allow them access to these services, we have to do our due diligence to see what's best for our residents. At this point, I can't really tell you if it would be cheaper if this was a privately run landfill, but I do know that our ability to increase the tipping fee to have a self-sufficient solid waste program, we're able to do that because we do have franchise agreements. If I'm a private, and I'll have others speak to that, private landfill owners, but if you don't have the franchisee that can transfer the increase to their ratepayers, that will be they won't really feel it much, 12% or so.
I agree. It was the right decision, obviously, based on what we were trying to accomplish. Owning I would like to be able to have a captive customer base at Papa Murphy's that just had to pay whatever I required them to, and that way I could really bring my prices down to the rest of everybody else. So it's just know I'm going to continue to ask this question, and we need to have answers for it.
I do have one thing. I mean, the landfill itself for the county, the landfill is an asset. We have to manage this asset.
I agree.
Now, and as an asset, all options are on the table. Is that?
Yeah. Until we're out of the solid waste business, what you brought forward this last year is the right way to operate under our rules and guidelines and what we have to do. That's the absolute right business decision to do. At some point, though, we're going to have to look: as the county owning it, is it the right thing for us to continue to own it and pass that buck off onto the ratepayers? So those are the questions we'll be.
One thing I'll note is the county is still considered in many respects a small landfill. From a commercial standpoint, many landfills like to operate 1,500 tons a day, 2,000 tons a day. You're still maxing out at 1,000 tons a day, and you're oftentimes operating much less than that. It's not as attractive to a private industry when you have limited volumes. And unfortunately, you don't have a mega population here. Maybe there's going to be some growth, that we can count on. And I know there's a lot of development going on, so it'll help with waste. But you also have competing landfills in Merced and Fresno, for example, that are that are options for haulers. So you're in a bit of a tough situation with the standpoint of, not a lot of waste, not a lot of anchored communities. We need to get the city of Madera back in. Philosophically, my point, to have them be a customer, because it's important that you have your as much of the waste coming in from the county as possible. But they left in part to go to Fresno because of rate. So that tells you the rate that you're really battling against, which is in the 20s.
Yeah, and there's two people on this board that actually voted to pull out and go where the market was best.
And from the standpoint of the city, it might have been the right decision for the city, but from the county standpoint, it really you need it takes a village to make it work, and you really need that volume. So. It is going to be, it's a question I think that it's good to keep asking. I just want to point out from a commercial standpoint, there's going to be some challenges that, really don't put this landfill in as economically beneficial light as a much larger landfill with a much larger population base around it.
If there ever is a time that it seems like time to cut bait, would you two be willing to say that to us?
I mean, absolutely. Absolutely. Just like we are doing with other businesses, other services for the residents, as you know, water or wastewater, we will always do our due diligence to see what's best for the residents.
I appreciate that.
And also, just FYI, we have managed to capture more than 50% of the city of Madera's waste. So, excellent. So that's through the agreement through Mid-Valley.
That's not with guys at the county line with, just...
No.
Okay.
That's all my questions, Mr. Chairman.
All right. We'll take it out to the public. Bring it back to the board for decision.
This is just...
It's just discussion.
Discussion.
If I may, Regina. Yes, I mean the third item is we discussed the financial challenges and also our organic waste management plan, and we are here to also discuss our franchise agreements and get direction from you to proceed with those amendments, to meet with our franchise holders and see what we can do to amend these contracts.
I move that we direct staff to proceed with discussing changes to franchise agreements due to changing laws and circumstances that are presented.
We have first and second.
Call for the vote. Supervisor Rogers?
Yes.
Supervisor Wheeler?
Yes.
Supervisor Poitras?
Yes.
Supervisor Frazier?
Yes.
Supervisor Rodriguez?
Yes.
Vote passes 5-0.
Hey, Richard, you haven't got that Mr. Fusion invention up, the one that fuels your flying cars and all that? I'm just kidding. Okay.
Thank you, fellas.
Thank you, guys. And thank you, Madco and Red Rock.
Can we also tell the governor and the legislature of the state of California to let us implement the last major changes before they start putting new ones on us? It's always our option. What are they going to do with the money? I don't know. What are they going to do?
They'll spend it.
Good.
Social programs.
Number 8, pending legislation. Discuss, support, or oppose legislation presented by supervisors and/or staff. Nothing? Okay. Supervisors and staff reports.
I have nothing to report.
Yeah, a couple of things. We missed Dave Lynn's, his birthday's today. I think he turned about 90. Yeah. Happy birthday, Dave Lynn, wherever you are. And the second thing is, Max, when we come back from lunch, there was a brown beige pickup parked in 2 parking lots.
Did I probably correct?
Yeah, I was.
You want some pictures of it to see?
I was wondering if the chairman now has 2 parking spots.
That's not his truck.
Oh, it's not his truck?
Do a drug test.
What do you mean this morning? This morning? I was right next to your truck?
No, today.
Oh, okay.
I mean,
like this.
Yeah, you parked 2 of them. That's okay, man. I mean, you're the chairman. You get the privileges.
You want me next?
Sure.
Yeah, I attended special meetings of the San Joaquin Valley Water Infrastructure Authority. As you know, the application is going to be submitted real soon, August 14th. So we're having meetings in rapid succession to finish the application. It's going very well. Also, the RCRC, I'll be attending that tomorrow, and San Joaquin Valley Water Infrastructure when I get back.
Tomorrow I'll be at the San Joaquin River Conservancy regarding the Eaton Trail extension. It should be an interesting one with the city of Fresno if they're on track. And then also we didn't do it at the beginning of the day because it didn't happen. I didn't get the update until the middle of this section, but Glenn Campbell passed away.
He did?
Yeah, the Rhinestone Cowboy. So if we'll close in his memory.
Yeah. Thank you. Good man. I went to see Kenny Rogers the other day.
No reports.
Seen Kenny Rogers the other day.
Chairman, I don't have any reports, but it was Supervisor Wheeler's birthday on Friday. Okay.
Oh,
whoopee whoopee.
Whoopee whoopee
Happy
whoopee.
birthday.
Oh.
1 year younger at heart.
It's like the curious case of Benjamin Button. You're just getting younger as you go.
That's right, man. Darn right.
We still got
closed session.
More closed session?
I think we have some items, don't we? Yeah. Quite a few.
Yeah, not just a couple. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I gotta call my tire down. Anything to report?
Chairman, there are no reportable actions. However, I would like to note for the record that Supervisor Poitras excused himself during the portion of the conversation that he conflicted out with earlier this morning. And also the board evaluated any potential conflicts of interest under item 2D, real property negotiations related to APN number 027192025. And Mr. Magos, who is a negotiating party, was a former employee of the county, and his son is a current employee of the county. The conclusion is that there are no conflicts that would prevent the county's negotiating party from reviewing this lease as a possible change to price, terms, and conditions of the property. Thank you.
Second.